Book 1, Chapter 1 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. Book 1, Chapter 1. Saratoga in 1844. Saratoga in 1844. The summer night was falling softly upon Saratoga, when that great watering place was scarce more than a village embowered in trees, when most of its present magnificent avenues were pretty turnpike roads, and some only bridle paths. Saratoga, when those who sought its summer retreat came to it leisurely, many of them by stagecoach, to find recreation in its pleasant country and health in the living waters of its sparkling springs. The Saratoga of 1844. Before half a dozen converging railroads had made it part of our rushing, bustling, frantic, modern world. A quiet, serene picnic place, only disturbed by politics. Even on this placid evening, towards the end of August, though the lights of the big dining room of the old United States Hotel illuminated the great fancy dress ball of the season, Democrats and Whigs clashed as hotly upon the big verandas and tree-shaded pleasance as they did at political joint discussions and torchlight demonstrations, or even in the halls of Congress itself. The scene was one of great beauty, the grounds of the hotel being made brilliant with colored lanterns, and the ballroom vivacious by shepherdesses, Italian peasant girls, vivandiers, and queens of the night, who chatted coyly with courtiers, knights, and troubadours, while bad imitations of Indians inspired by brandy smashes and mint juleps uttered their war whoops in the bar-room, or smoked their pipes of peace on the broad verandas with equally incompetent representatives of the trappers of the West and voyagers of Canada. Though the ladies were robed as queens, fairies, sylphs, and maids of honor, and were supposed to exemplify every clime and every century since history began, still they could not forget they were American women, and their usual topics of conversation, rides to the lake, visits to the Indian encampments, and even the all-pervading gossip as to how many glasses were drunk by each individual at the Congress Spring in the morning, were sometimes mixed with as excited annexation discussions as those indulged in by their cavaliers. For the hardy band of pioneers, settlers, and sometimes even fugitives from justice in the United States that had gradually, during preceding years, drifted across the Louisiana border, had in 1836 achieved Texan independence, defeating the Mexican forces under Santa Anna in the pitched Battle of San Jacinto, and avenging the cruel massacre of Goliad and the bloody shambles of the Alamo. For 8 years, though recognized by France, England, and Spain, the young republic had been in a quasi-state of war with its mother country, Mexico, a large portion of its plains being raided over by alternate bands of ranchero bandits and Comanche Indians. Under these circumstances, Texas was in 1844 applying for annexation to the United States and admission into the American Union, a thing the Democracy under Mr. Polk were clamorous for, but which was bitterly assailed by Whigs and other anti-slavery advocates as leading to certain war with Mexico, and the additional political complication of immense territorial extension within the slave belt. Two ladies seated on one of the broad balconies of the hotel and looking in at the brilliant ballroom, emphasized this. "Honor bright! Did you really drink 6 glasses of Congress water this morning, my dear Mrs. Perkins?" whispers Selina Chauncey, the dashing young wife of an Alabama representative, robed as a pompadour. "I was only able to absorb 3, and my maid had to unlace me right afterwards." This confidence is interrupted by a shiver from Queen Elizabeth, who on ordinary occasions is Mrs. Perkins, the spouse of the Whig senator from Indiana. She is a prim matron of about 50 and half shudders. "Did you ever? If that awful girl isn't bringing politics on her back into the ballroom." "No, madam, you do Miss Godfrey injustice," replies Selina Chauncey stoutly. "She is carrying patriotism, not politics, upon her fair shoulders. What finer idea for a Texan girl than to depict her countrymen's appeal for the aid of their cousins in the United States against the bully Mexico?" "Why, I did not know Miss Godfrey was a Texan," says Mrs. Perkins. "She came here from New York with Mr. Martin, his family. Clara Martin and she are like sisters." "Oh, mercy! Ain't you aware she is the greatest heiress in Texas? That is, of her father's, old Jim Godfrey's, million acres of bottom land in that country, which is being harried by Mexican bandits and Comanche Indians, are ever healthy to live in. Estrella LaRue Godfrey is Texan to the backbone, and has got plenty of frontier boldness, which isn't nice in young girls," criticizes the Whig lady. "See, the crowd are even clapping their hands at her. It's disgraceful." "Why shouldn't they applaud her?" retorts Mrs. Chauncey. "Miss Godfrey represents the state of Texas, half draped in the American flag, which will wholly drape it when we Democrats this autumn have elected Mr. Polk president. Mr. Clay and you Whigs to the contrary notwithstanding." "Never! The American people are not crazy. Mr. Clay will be triumphantly returned," cries the other, stamping her foot, and a political riot might take place right on the balcony of the hotel between these two distinguished ladies, did not a young Arkansas gentleman, who has just strolled out of the bar-room, ejaculate enthusiastically, "Cock-a-doodle for Miss Texas," and a young American dandy, who has just returned from European travel, ask laughingly, "What is Texas?" At this, the two political ladies forget their dispute in a burst of laughter, especially as old Jupiter Perkins, the Whig warhorse from Indiana, saunters up about this time, taps his wife playfully upon the shoulder, and says, "What, Sally, you and Selina quarreling again?" Then, adjusting his spectacles, he adds, "Over that young lady, I presume. She carries with her the charm of beauty and the exquisite womanhood of America, and looks mighty well in the Star-Spangled Banner. But she's too young to be dragged into politics. I think I'll go up and get introduced to the Republic of Texas." "Yes, but don't let her beguile you to vote for the Mexican War," whispers his wife. "She's so beautiful. She may make a fool of you, Jupiter." This might easily be true, for Saratoga has rarely seen a prettier picture than was made that evening by Miss Estrella LaRue Godfrey under the brilliant lights of the United States ballroom. The girl is in the first budding of young womanhood. Her figure, not as yet completely developed, is perhaps too slight for perfect beauty, but gives promise of glorious maturity. Her patrician features would be strangely firm for one so young, did not the modesty of her eyes make her face seem very soft and feminine. Embarrassed by the gaze of so many, for she is attracting almost universal attention, the shrinking diffidence of her pose and movements gives almost a pathos to her graceful figure. Her fancy costume is that of the young Republic of Texas, a wreath of myrtles upon her brown hair, a single star of blue upon the white satin corsage of her robe, but over this a banner of the United States of the finest silken gauze, crossing her white shoulders, drapes her nascent bosom like a sash, and girdled about her lithe waist falls over a floating white skirt of shining satin. It is as if the maid were the little Republic of Texas, appealing for the protection of the powerful Republic, whose inhabitants are of the same blood and same family, against her tyrant Mexico. Blazoned upon the front of the draping skirt is "Remember the Alamo," words that even today make the Yankee heart beat faster at the heroism of the American race, as shown by that little band whose names still cause schoolboys' hearts to thrill when they hear of Travis, Bowie, and Davy Crockett. Blood is thicker than water, and many who have opposing political opinions look enthusiastically at the daughter of one of those immigrants that wandered away from the United States, and with rifle and bowie knife carved out a little nation from haughty Mexico, watering their new country plenteously with their blood, upon the rich bottomlands of the Brazos, Trinity, and San Antonio, the sun-dried mesas of the Llano Estacado, and the arid wastes of the Rio Grande. Faltering under this admiration, which is probably much greater than she had expected, the maiden droops diffidently, and perhaps would retreat from the brilliant illumination of the ballroom to the more dimly lighted verandas, did not at this moment Clara Martin, a dashing, direct-speaking New York girl, dressed as a vivandière, come tripping up to her and, swinging the canteen she carries over her shoulder, cry laughingly, "Take a swig from my canteen and brace up, Strella. Here's a chance to make a hit for your Lone Star country. Let me present to you the Honorable Jupiter Perkins, the Whig warhorse. Convert him, my dear, to Texan annexation." Whereupon the bashful look flies out of Miss Godfrey's face, her beautiful brown eyes beam like the emblem of her native land. She glances at the senator from Indiana, and proceeds to do the best she can with the old Whig warhorse, saying with charming naivete, "Wouldn't you like me for a countrywoman, Mr. Perkins?" "Do coons like possum?" laughs the senator, adding to this proverb of the Mississippi Valley, "Judging by the looks of the boys about you, I imagine you can become a citizeness of the United States, Miss Godfrey, as soon as a parson can be procured, and without the annexation of the state of Texas." Though the girl blushes painfully, she cries determinedly, "A flank attack is not fair, Mr. Senator." And inspired by the thoughts of her distant country, this élève in diplomacy dares to assault the politics of the veteran statesman, of course without effect. Old Jupe Perkins has not been 30 years a dyed in the wool wig in the Clay Webster's stripe, to be converted by two pretty lips, though the animation of the interview adds the vivacity of many changing emotions through the exquisite features of the young proselyter. Finally, the veteran politician, growing perhaps tired of almost being lectured by this adolescent Hypatia, answers her in the pleasant condescension of age for youth. "My dear child, permit me to tell you that, like most Democrats, you are all aboard on the subject of slave extension, upon which you are making a very pretty stump speech." "Child, I am 18, cries the girl indignantly. "Know nothing of the subject. I was born in Texas, sir." Yes, born in Texas, but sent from there when almost a baby, I believe. Your friend of friends, that pert little vivandier, Clara Martin, before she introduced me to you, let that cat out of the bag. Miss Yancey's boarding school on West 8th Street, I reckon, also, isn't exactly the place to study one of the greatest political questions of the age. If Mr. Polk and Mr. Calhoun couldn't convert me, I hardly think you can, though. The senator palliates his remark by adding, "You talk much prettier than old James Knox P. of North Carolina." "You're right. I was sent from Texas to save me from the dangers of its wild life, after my dear little sister had been stolen by Indians or bandits," answers Miss Godfrey, her bright face glowing strangely sad. "That's what was told me by my mother, who came with me and died here when I was a very little girl, leaving me alone, save for the kindness of Clara Martin and her father. For my father has not been able to visit me. He has been fighting in the War of Texas Independence, and since then has been defending his property against the raids of partisans, bandits, and Comanches. You're right, Mr. Perkins. I know very little of the subject except from my dear father's letters to a child who petitions you to induce your great country to take such action as will permit him to recall his daughter to his roof tree protected by a flag sufficiently powerful to make his home safe both from Mexican forays and Indian ravages." This speech, made pathetic by a bewitching face whose eyes are tearily beseeching, strangely affects the old Whig warhorse. He mutters huskily, "You have said more to me in the last few words, my dear young lady, than any other Democratic stump speaker in the country. I will consider your appeal." But even as Estrella gives him a bright, grateful glance, the veteran of New World affairs starts, gazes searchingly at her, and becomes strangely moved and interested. His eyes are fixed upon a plain circlet of gold that is pinned upon the corsage of her dress. Noting his glance, she says, "Oh, you're gazing at the golden circle. Strange, several gentlemen have been interested in it this evening. What makes you regard so curiously a bauble which my mother brought with her from Texas, and told me my father used to wear? It is the only thing I have to remember him by." "My dear child," says the veteran statesman, quite moved, "to explain what that means would be beyond my power, because I only guess at it myself. Therefore, I shall not cloud your bright young brow with conjectures. What you want to do this evening is to give the boys a chance and turn your attention to love, at which you'll be even cuter than politics." At this suggestion, the young lady blushes vividly. Then a troubled look comes upon her innocent features. She hangs her head. "Hello! By the confusion on your face, you've been at it already," grins the Solon. This insinuation, Miss Estrella, with quick feminine tact and precocious astuteness, parries by opening her bright eyes and saying naively, "Law, Senator Perkins, I haven't left boarding school. I'm only 18. "Humph! A girl of your eyes can do a good deal of damage at that age," chuckles the Western war horse. By getting away from the Texan Hypatia, he mutters to himself grimly, "Her dad went to Texas wearing one of those tarnation golden circles. By the Eternal, is the curse started by the ambition of that schemer Aaron Burr never to be lifted from us?" Sitting upon the balcony of the hotel, the Western statesman goes into a meditation, refusing glumly all invitations to liquor from kindred statesmen in so abstracted and morose a manner that Quigley of Illinois whispers to Buncombe of Ohio, "I wonder if the great Perkins is afraid of losing his seat in the Senate at the coming general election." "Can't tell," remarks Congressman Buncombe. It's going to be a tarnation hard fight, and Polk may become president on this Texas enthusiasm. Remember, the Alamo's getting to be a war cry that stampedes Whigs during this campaign, as it did Greasers down at San Jacinto. Just look at that girl there in the ballroom, with that tarnation catchy political rigging and those languishing bright eyes of hers. She'd be as good as 1,000 votes to the Democratic ticket if the polls were open tomorrow at Saratoga. Do you see her? Look at the young fellows prancing about her like bears round honey. Some of them will get bee stings from her bright eyes if they don't hold their horses, guffaws Quigley, who represents the 1st Congressional District of Illinois and is considered rather a wag in the House. Quigley is pretty near right in his divination. Mr. Senator Perkins has shot very close to the bull's-eye when he twitted Miss Estrella LaRue Godfrey as to her love affairs. Her 18-year-old eyes have done already considerable damage to half a score of admirers, but more especially to young Charlie Pelham of New York, just graduated from West Point and gazetted into the 2nd Dragoons, and Mr. Jasper Carew Monkton, who is reputed at the Springs to be a Louisiana planter, accompanied by his mother, who dotes upon him, a beautiful lady of middle age. The first of these is in Saratoga, enjoying his 2 months' leave before entering active duty. The second, Mr. Monkton, has apparently no object except pleasure at the Springs. Mr. Pelham, being engaged in escorting his mother to her room and bidding her a tender good night, has left the field, for the moment, open to his rival, and Jasper Monkton is taking advantage of it. Dressed in the clawhammer coat of deep-rolled collar, embossed velvet vest, tight-fitting trousers, spread out over patent leather pumps, and with an elaborate black stock, which indicate the extreme of a beau's evening costume of that period, this gentleman, who is about 30 years of age, is now at Miss Godfrey's side. He has an active, well-proportioned figure, and a bearing marked by a quick confidence and self-assertion. His face would be prepossessing, and his dark eyes engaging, were it not for their extraordinary alertness, his glances at times being so rapid that their expression can scarcely be distinguished. These at present, however, are fixed upon Miss Godfrey. The gentleman's manner is unusually suave, yet extremely confident, and his eager attentions to Estrella rather pleasing to the vanity of one who is still a schoolgirl. Mr. Monkton's devotion to the object of his pursuit for the past few weeks has been so marked that the most casual admirers about Miss Godfrey this evening, concluding that she favors him over the common herd, have gradually left them to their own society. Relieved of witnesses, a curious possession has entered the gentleman's bearing. Even very young girls have instinct in these matters, and Monkton's passion is now sufficiently marked to cause Estrella to grow nervous and more distant in her manner. But Jasper Monkton is not to be easily repulsed or shaken off by one he deems scarce more than a child. Though he has in their 2 months' acquaintance received no real encouragement from Miss Estrella Godfrey, save the bright glances of happy maidenhood, he is stimulated perhaps more by her indifference than he would be by her complacence, and in the last few days the gentleman has grown very jealous of her. Young Charlie Pelham, with his dashing military West Point air, boyish enthusiasm, and open heart, has gazed so ardently with his brilliant eyes that Monkton fears that if he does not speak now, the ardent officer will have his say to beauty before him. Therefore, with considerable tact and a certain easy, take-it-for-granted manner, he shortly succeeds in leading the young heiress of Texas lands to a secluded nook on the big piazza, which a lot of shrubbery and flag decorations have cut off from the better lighted part of the hotel, making just the sort of temple a man can worship his goddess in, if she will let him. Tired with her political propaganda, Miss Godfrey sinks rather languidly into a seat, then delights her admirer by murmuring, "I am glad converting old Senator Perkins is over. From now on I'm going to forget politics and have a pleasant evening." "Thank you," says the gentleman very ardently. Encouraged by the compliment, though the girl means nothing by it, he seats himself by her side and begins a tale that almost frightens a true daughter of Eve when she for the first time in her young life hears it. Aside from a maid's bashfulness, the primal knowledge that she has a man's life in her keeping, a man's career in her hand, to take or throw away, awes any thinking debutante in the mysteries of Venus's temple, and Miss Estrella Godfrey is much frightened. The impetuous fervor of her suitor at first stuns her, as well as alarms her. She is so dazed she has nearly been kissed, and called his own before he recovers sentiency sufficient to shrink from his clasp, and say, "Stop! You have misunderstood my silence." "Misunderstood you?" mutters Monkton, as if stunned himself. No, I cannot have misunderstood you. In the last few blessed weeks you have permitted me to ride with you so often. You have. Always with Clara, cantering along on the other side of me," stammers the neophyte in flirtation. "You have looked upon me, but only as a friend. Besides," the maid adds disingenuously, "Mr. Martin would never permit my being wooed without the consent of my father." But to her astonishment, this mention of her father adds to Monkton's confidence. Jasper says in easy assertion, "Your father, I am certain, were he here, would add his commands to my entreaties." "Impossible!" cries Miss Godfrey, astounded. "My father is in Texas, at the other end of the world. Besides, he would never coerce me on such a subject, though I never could say yes without his blessing." Noting that assurance does not aid his suit, Mr. Monkton pleads earnestly, "You cannot mean to refuse a love like mine?" "But I do mean to refuse it." Then the girl whispers penitently, "Forgive me. I don't wish to be harsh in my rejection, but I'm only a schoolgirl. I have never been proposed to before. Take pity on me. Don't be angry with me." "Angry with you?" Hope flies again into the man's eyes. "Angry with you? That's impossible, Estrella." Again the mustache is coming closer to the tempting lips. The gentleman's arm is almost about the slight waist, when womanhood triumphs over immaturity, and the girl desperately pulls herself from him and says sternly, "Don't mistake kindness for anything else, sir. If I must make it plain to you, I do not love you." You love another?" Monkton's eyes have grown sinister, even baneful. "Oh, no," sighs the interrogated one. I hope not. Ah, then you do love another." I don't know anything about it," answers Miss Godfrey petulantly. She is scarce more than a child, and this dominant man's persistency annoys her. "But I tell you, I can never love you." "But you will marry me," answers the wooer commandingly, the plain golden circle pinned upon the damsel's bosom seeming to lend confidence to his tones. "By that little sign upon your breast, which you do not understand, but I do. I tell you I shall make the winning of you the object of my life. My child, you are as surely mine as if the priest had said man and wife to you and me." His blazing eyes enforce his fervid words. Under the possessive passion of his glances, The girl grows crimson to her shoulders and cries indignantly, "When you look at me like that, I hate you." Stung by her words and made carelessly vindictive by her scorn, he retorts sneeringly, yet arrogantly, "You are a little crude yet. I am in no hurry. A year or two, and you will be the riper cherry for the plucking, little one. Goodbye. Every time you think of your father, remember you are as surely mine as if you had said yes instead of no. Look at the golden circle pinned upon your corsage, and know it is my wedding ring." "No, no, anything but that!" almost screams the predicted bride, made frantic by his sneering and astounding words. But he, not answering her, saunters away in affected nonchalance, carelessly pausing as he passes through the potted palms to light a cigar. Alone, Miss Godfrey takes 3 short breaths and gasps mentally, "Thank God this dastard's anger unmasked him, and he has the assurance to say my father would support his suit," she jeers. "Half an hour ago I thought him a passingly pleasant gentleman, but was indifferent to him. Now I know Mr. Monkton. I despise him. I loathe him. I could never love him." Agitated by both rage and shame, she sinks into a seat again, communes tremblingly with her fair self, and finally enunciates to herself this curious proposition: "Strange the assault given me by this wretch's audacious assault, not only on my heart, but on my very modesty, has made me doubt whether I could love any man." Her meditations are broken in upon by a young, liquid, but savage feminine voice, which says in an uncompromising familiarity, "Strella, you wretch, come with me to Papa at once. You've got me in an awful scrape. We are both to be sent back to boarding school tomorrow." Miss Clara is standing beside her, looking as distressed as if she were a real vivandière of the Grand Army of Napoleon reflecting on Waterloo. "How have I got you into a scrape, Clara dear?" asked Miss Godfrey sweetly. "How? By permitting the attentions of that horrible Mr. Monkton. Pa has found out about him. Says he's nothing more than a Mississippi River gambler. And then going into seclusion and sitting with him here till half the women in the hotel are tearing you in pieces with their tongues. You are right. I do deserve to be sent back to boarding school for letting that wretch tell me whether I like or no that he will marry me," shudders the accused one impulsively. "Yes, but you are not right in getting me sent back also, when I was having such a lovely time. Good heavens! How shall I tell poor Jack Boulder? He and I were going to have a tete-a-tete picnic out on the lake tomorrow," mutters Clara. "Anyway, you're punished also. Young fiery-eyed Pelham of the Dragoons won't have a chance to make love to you any more." "I hope he won't," says Estrella sadly. "I hope no man will, for now I know I shall never love any man." At this pessimistic declaration, Miss Clara Martin, who is a dashing brunette of the most vivacious type, slightly more matured than her friend, laughs. "Idiot! When you love, you will be spoonier than I can be," then cries, "But come on, Pa has given his orders. Zelma has half packed your trunks already, and Elise is now at work on mine," adding philosophically, "Anyway, summer is nearly over, and if I had stayed here much longer, that crazy Jack Boulder would have made a fool of either himself or me." With this, Miss Martin goes away humming quite cheerfully, "Wait for the wagon." Miss Godfrey would follow her chum to her guardian. Did not a handsome young fellow in accurate evening dress, but with that indescribable set-up and military bearing that West Point always gives to its graduates, stop her for a few hurried words? "I was detained by my mother, who's not very well this evening, Miss Estrella," he says quite tenderly and almost apologetically. "But now I am going to pack my trunks. answers the young lady, slightly agitated at his fervid eyes. To refuse 2 men in one evening would be too much for her inexperienced nerves, and Charlie Pelham is a gentleman she not only respects, but likes very much. Pack your trunks, falters the young man, as if he does not understand. Yes, I am going to be sent back to school tomorrow. A big dragoon like you, fighting Indians on the plains, will soon forget a fledgling. And from now on, I have got to think of French, music, and grammar, or Miss Yancey will haul me over the coals. Cadet hops and West Point flirtations have given Charlie Pelham a fairly shrewd insight into the emotions and characteristics of girlhood. He divines what a terrible effort it must be for sweet 18 to dub herself a child. He appreciates the sacrifice the pretty lips are making to prevent his speaking words that will call for a woman's answer. He looks at her piercingly for a moment, then sighs. I fear I understand you. Goodbye, next says hoarsely, but just one souvenir of a sweet 2 months. Before she can stay him, he has torn a portion of the American flag from her costume. Some day I will bring this back to you. Some day when you are a woman, he mutters, and kisses the token. Just for one moment she turns and whispers, "But forgive the child," then flits from him. Gazing after her till her graceful figure grows dim in the vista of the great veranda whose lights are still shining brightly on fair women and brave men, Pelham puts his hand to his heart and mutters to himself, "Child as she is, had she but loved me, she would have cried with every breath to me, 'Woman, woman, woman.'" Then the gay scene seems very gloomy to the young West Pointer, and the sweet music of the siren waltzes played by the Boston Orchestra appears very poor melody and full of discords. As for the man whose audacious prophecy and uncontrolled passion has brought about not only his own undoing, but his rivals', he had long ago wandered away and joined some friends in the bar-room. Drinking did not make him forget, and smoking moodily during the long summer night, Jasper Monkton held consultation with himself. Once he mentally exclaims, "I was a little foolish to let my temper run away with me. Just as sure as no horse can trot in at 2:20, that little saucy puss shall call me husband and fawn upon me for a caress." What Jasper Monkton wants, he has. The charming girl's piquant rejection of this sporting man of the South and West, both sections rather barbaric in the early 40s, makes him desire her all the more. Not that Jasper Monkton loves Estrella Godfrey, but he is determined to have the butterfly that he is chasing. Miss Godfrey's Texas lands will be worth a lot of money when the flag of the United States floats over them. Glancing at the little insignia he wears upon his breast, he thinks, as Knight of the Golden Circle, "I know this will come very soon," for his information as an officer of that mysterious yet baneful society whose branches spread out from New Orleans over the South and West tells him that the United States is upon the eve of one of its grand territorial grabs, such as take place every second generation, when the great Yankee nation takes another portion of the world into its embrace, and Uncle Sam tosses a few more stars into the blue firmament of its flag, and makes a few more sovereign states to add to this great American Commonwealth. Turning this over in his mind, Jasper Monkton remarks to himself half laughingly, "Strella's as skittish as a filly when she first feels the rope. Reckon the haughty little beauty would have been more scared if she guessed why I came up north. Then a blazing triumph lights up his dark eyes as he mutters these remarkable words. Calculate this high society around here makes her too bumptious to look at a plain riverboat sporting man. Texas is my gambling table. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 2, War with Mexico. Early in 1846, 18 months after Miss Godfrey's Saratoga adventure, old Alexander Martin, who has her under his wing, addresses his charge one brisk February day in the library of his handsome New York house in University Place. This gentleman is head of Martin, Best & Co., very prominent commission merchants of South Street and factors for Southern planters. The firm doing a large business in the sugar of Louisiana, the cotton of the Gulf States, the tar and turpentine of North Carolina, as well as business with the West Indies, Veracruz, and Mexico, and the little budding seaport of Galveston, Texas, where they have a small branch office. There is a rather sad glint in his grim, determined commercial eyes as he says, "I might as well break the news and get over with it, Strella. I have a letter from your father in which he asks me to send you to Texas. Thank God! At last I shall see my father." The girl's voice rings out true, silvery, hopeful. "Ever since I left school 6 months ago, I have been waiting, hoping, praying for his permission to join him." But you do not know exactly what Texas is, my dear," remarks the old merchant. "Even now, though the United States has taken it under its wing, it is a debatable land, and very rough and tough people are debating about it. A number of its settlers, as your mother must have told you, were fugitives from justice both of the United States and Mexico. Therefore, it has a good many lawless people still among its inhabitants. You do not know Texas, my child." "Don't I?" cries the young lady, the ringing tones of her voice and the flashing of her eyes in charming contrast with the delicate lineaments of her patrician face and the lightness of her graceful figure. "I know it is the country of the dead heroes of the Alamo and Goliad, and the live ones of San Jacinto. I know it is the country my dear father fought and bled for under old Sam Houston, the country I was born in, my country, though I cannot remember it." "Very well," responds the veteran of commerce shortly. "When will you be ready to go?" "Now, tomorrow, any time. The sooner the better." Expectant love and enthusiastic tenderness dim the girl's bright eyes. She murmurs, "My father at last. I shall see him, and I shall know him." "Under these circumstances," replies the merchant, putting his hand over his eyes as if anxious to conceal the sadness of parting with this girl he has had under his charge since the death of her mother some 8 years before this, "you had better tell my daughter at once, so that you and Clara can get your farewell tears over as soon as possible. Make the arrangements and do the shopping I presume a young lady of New York fashion will find necessary before leaving for a half-barbarous land. I presume you will have a long visit at Mr. Stewart's marble store, and this check will be convenient for you." "Did my father send all that money for me?" queries Miss Godfrey, gazing at the piece of paper. "Hasn't he always been generous to the child whose face he cannot remember, to the girl whose eyes might look upon him and not know him?" This she a moment after contradicts by ejaculating, "But no, I am sure some instinct would tell me if I looked on his dear face." "Psh! I'm hardly so certain of that," dissents old Martin, who is seated at his desk. "You have no miniature of your father, not even one of those newfangled daguerreotypes. Daguerreotypes were not invented when I was carried away from Texas, and portrait painters would have hardly been able to take care of their scalps in the land my mother has described to me. Bowie knives, rifles, and pistols were more in vogue than artists' paintbrushes or pencils in the valleys of the Brazos, San Antonio, and Trinity. You have never seen my father either, Mr. Martin," continues the girl. "As soon as I see him, I'll write you a good long description of the man who has become, by his correspondence, your friend." Yes. Of course I have never seen Jim Godfrey," replies the merchant, "though I have been his factor since 1836. You know, at that time, old John Kissam Horner, who was in the Texas trade, was your father's agent, but owing to commercial troubles brought about by the Texan Revolution, Horner failed and left New York. Then your father turned his account over to me by a letter that I could hardly decipher. Though he writes better now, his correspondence is generally pretty terse and to the point." "Oh, yes, I know," assents Estrella. "When poor Papa's hand was so frightfully injured in the fight at Rock Springs, he could for 6 months hardly hold a pen in it at all. And the few lines he could send my dear mother seemed so different. Why, even she could hardly recognize his handwriting. But Papa's words were just as loving, even when wounded nigh unto death. I'm going to make a very dutiful daughter to my father for all the sacrifices he has made for me, giving me plenty of money, when money must have been hard to obtain." "Well, it's hard enough for him to get now, for the troubles of Texas are not entirely over, my dear, and it is that which makes me hesitate about sending you," mutters the man of affairs. "That you shall not do. I must go. I will go. My father is growing old. He needs a daughter's hand," cries Estrella excitedly. "And you do not hesitate to give up New York gaiety and fashion?" "Not a bit," answers the girl, self-devotion in her eyes. "As I sat at the opera last night down at Castle Garden, I thought of the frivolity of the thing, and longed to be able to do what I consider my duty. But the young men about here, the gay gallants who ride beside you each day up Harlem Lane, likewise the bucks of Bond Street, and the beaux of Broadway and Washington Square, how about them? Clara has confessed to me that they are very engaging, and with your face and figure—" Martin turns his old eyes admiringly over the exquisite picture the young lady makes as she stands in graceful pose, one white hand upon a chair as if uncertain whether to stay or go, and notes that Miss Godfrey has developed very beautifully in the last few months. In addition to a patrician form, whose rounded outlines are those of budding womanhood, the young lady's face has in its blooming maturity become full of an exquisite soul that shines through her bright eyes right gloriously. She is dressed in the extreme of fashion of that day, a little Parisian bonnet on her brown hair, a white shawl of India crepe, the latest feminine fad, upon her graceful shoulders, and a beflounced skirt, whose fluffiness indicates the advent of the crinoline that a few years later is to startle, dismay, and perhaps even allure civilized mankind. About this time, Miss Godfrey looks at the check again, and being thoroughly womanly, apparently longs for shopping. She says, "If you don't wish me any longer, I'll go and tell Clara, and we'll drive down to Mr. Stewart's together. I shall have so much to buy." "Don't take too much. Transportation will be difficult in the roads quagmires at this season in your future home." "No, but I'll take enough to make me very presentable to Papa and Texan Rangers," chuckles the old gentleman. Then, as the girl turns to the door, he says suddenly, "One moment. You will have to go in the Belle of Georgia, which sails for New Orleans early next week. Mr. and Mrs. Rodney of Galveston, Texas, are passengers upon it. They are old friends of mine. I have already spoken to them. They have kindly consented to take charge of you. From Galveston, Mr. Rodney, who is a merchant there, will arrange your transportation to either Matagorda or Corpus Christi, where you will probably be met by your father. Corpus Christi? That's where Taylor's army is now stationed. I know one of the officers in it, Mr. Pelham of the Dragoons. You recollect him at Saratoga? Says Estrella excitedly. Yes, but that's one of the dangers that may come upon you. The minute Taylor's army moves for the Rio Grande, it means war with Mexico, and that, I fear, will happen very soon. Then the quicker I go, the sooner I'll get to my father and avoid the dangers of Taylor's army. I'll speak to Zelma. She will get to packing my trunks at once. She'd better get to packing her own, too. Miss Godfrey is already at the entrance of the room when Mr. Martin's remark catching her ear, she pauses and says shortly, I had nearly forgotten Zelma, then thinks a moment and continues, just a word about her. She steps quickly to him and apparently dreading to be overheard, commences to whisper into the ear of the gentleman who is seated at his desk. To her, the man of commerce listens for a moment, a look of astonishment spreading over his face. Then he utters a prolonged whistle and ejaculates, by tip a canoe, you're an extravagant young lady, meditates for a second or two, and dissentingly mutters, that will be very inconvenient. Oh, please, Mr. Martin, please give her the opportunity. Very well, answers old Alexander. It is difficult to refuse you anything, especially that you're going away. Do you think the girl will leave you? That I am very doubtful about, whispers the young lady. Zelma is devoted to me ever since my mother died. Though she has acted as my maid, she has tried to be more than my mere servant. The parting will be as sad for me as for her, but you must give her the opportunity. Jupiter! And rob your father of— Hush! Cries Estrella, putting her fingers on his lips. Promise? Very well, Miss Wendell Phillips, says the merchant. Send her to me. And Estrella having left him, Alexander Martin utters a short whistle and half laughs. I wonder what my southern correspondents would say to what I'm going to do now. In fact, it is hardly honest to old Jim Godfrey himself. Over this he goes into a glum meditation, which is broken in upon by a soft and sonorously musical voice, saying, My mistress tells me you wish to see me, sir? With a start, he looks up and remarks, Yes, Miss Godfrey is going to Texas, Zelma. I have already heard that. I am about to pack our trunks and get ready as soon as possible. You are going with her? Certainly. I could never leave her, even if I had the option. You have that option now. You know what your station and condition will be when you reach southern soil. The same as when I left it, the soft voice answers sadly. I thoroughly understand, but still I cannot leave my loved mistress. Her mother took me, a slave waif from Louisiana, and by her kindness made me happy, taught me to read and write, gave me the opportunity to educate myself. When she died, I promised to remain with her child. As she has been speaking, Mr. Martin has been looking at the young woman, for she is only some 26 or 7 years of age. A pearly transparency of complexion indicates French Creole blood in her delicate face, but the soft languor of her dove-like eyes and the flash of brilliant color in her cheeks betray perhaps the slightest tinge of Africa's blood, though this is scarcely perceptible in Zelma the octoroon, her appearance being that of considerable refinement and her speech educated. The material of her frock, a rich but plain black silk, indicates the indulgence and kindness of her mistress, but its design and cut suggest her station. Without ornament or trimming, it fits glove-like her delicate yet southernly voluptuous figure to the slight waist, and from there falls into a skirt that is cut to soubrette length. disclosing to general observation very handsome ankles clothed in tight white balbriggan stockings, and pretty feet shod in plain black slippers. A white maid's cap is perched upon her glossy banded hair, and a maid's white apron, brought high upon the corsage of her dress, slightly conceals the rounded contours of her figure as it floats in immaculate whiteness down upon the black skirt. Her dreamy eyes, at times light with those gleams that show the slumbering passion with which a drop of torrid blood nearly always fires colder Caucasian streams. Though her arms bare to the elbows for the convenience of service in her mistress's chamber, are beautifully molded and of a dazzling, almost ivory whiteness. Nevertheless, you have the opportunity. A ticket for the English steamer, and proper funds will be placed quietly in your hands, mutters Martin. It is rather curious that I, who have sometimes been accused of having slave ships among my various ventures, should do this abolition act. But you must be aware with your appearance that in some European countries, France for instance, you might have a better station than the servile one which must always be yours in this country, and in the South, if you return to it, means your absolute slavery. I have thought of all these things, sir, replies the young woman. I have had many opportunities to run away, but I love Miss Estrella. I cannot let her go alone to that far country. I know she will be kind to me, as she always has been. A curious, searching look flies into the octoroon's eyes. What put this idea of defrauding her of my services into your head? She queries anxiously. She, her generous heart. Estrella wishes for your happiness, answers the merchant. Still she cannot wish to leave me. The girl's eyes grow troubled. Hearing a loved step in the hallway, she runs out and cries, Miss Estrella, please come here to me. And Miss Godfrey, dressed for the carriage, coming in, Zelma says to her timidly in wounded voice, You wish to part with me? What have I done to displease you? Nothing, dear Zelma, answers her mistress. Only I want to give you a chance in life. In the South, you will be a slave. Yes, but under your protection, dear mistress, no harm can come to me. I must keep the promise I have made your mother. It was her wish. Don't send me from you when you will need me in that barbarous country. My mother's wish, echoes Estrella quite tenderly. To Martin, she adds, Please write a paper of manumission for Zelma. I'll sign it. Impossible, replies the merchant. This girl is your father's slave, not yours. Under these circumstances, remarks Miss Godfrey, do you still wish to come with me, Zelma? Yes, dear mistress, answers the bondmaid, devotion in her eyes. Then come. Probably to conceal her emotion, for she has been deeply moved, the young lady passes from the room. Her maid would follow her, but Martin calls her back. He says a word with you, and gives her some explanation of the preparations it will be necessary to make for her mistress for her voyage. Adding to this, I shall write to Mr. Godfrey an explanation of your devotion to his daughter and the reason you have accompanied her. Doubtless it will procure you every consideration at her father's hands. Thank you, sir, answers Zelma gratefully, and curtsying, respectfully stands, waiting for his permission to leave the room. But Martin takes out a cigar abstractedly, lights it and puffs meditatively for a few moments. Then he says tersely, Do you think, Zelma, Mr. Godfrey ever knew his wife bought you in Louisiana after the death of the maid she had brought with her from Texas? Yes, sir. I know he did, answers the young woman eagerly. I remember Mrs. Godfrey saying that He wrote in a letter, "Tell Zelma, when I come to New York, if she is devoted to you and baby and wants to marry, I'll give her her freedom." And after that? After that, my master never wrote anything about me. But that was after he changed so, after he had been wounded in the fight at Rock Springs. Changed so? Oh, yes, you mean his writing. No, sir, not exactly. I think his letters were different in spirit or sentiment after that to Mrs. Godfrey. I know they seemed to trouble her. After receiving one, she often sighed. Though, of course, she didn't make me her confidant. I imagine she thought her husband didn't love her as he had before. Sometimes I think the sadness caused by these letters rather hastened her death. You do not believe Mr. Godfrey's wound could have affected his head? Asks the young woman anxiously. Not from his letters, answered the merchant sharply. There's as good logical business in them as any I ever read. You can go, Zelma. Remember to take good care of your young mistress on the voyage. As the graceful young woman leaves the room, Martin glances after her and thinks, curious, Jim Godfrey doesn't remember he owns such a likely piece of property. Anyway, I'm glad the girl's going. It would have been a great inconvenience sending Estrella without her maid. Besides, an infernal robbery of Jim Godfrey, of a very marketable article worth at least a couple of $1,000 on the auction block of the Rotunda in the St. Charles Hotel, New Orleans. Commercial men had some curious ideas of property in those days, and the New York merchant was simply voicing them. He looks at some letters on the desk in front of him bearing the Galveston postmark and thinks grimly. From his correspondence, I don't imagine Jim Godfrey would take kindly to loss of property. Still, he never mentions the girl Zelma in his letters, and he keeps a pretty good tag on all of his other chattels. Can it be that he has forgotten his wife's purchase in New Orleans? Here the cigar drops from the merchant's hands. He springs up hurriedly, runs out into the street, and buys a paper. For a newsboy is calling out, "Extra! Herald! Great news! War in prospect! The President has ordered the Army of Texas to advance and take possession of the Rio Grande frontier. Will the greasers stand this?" No, mutters Martin to himself, I'll be hanged if the greasers stand this. This means a war with Mexico certain, as there's a potato famine in Ireland. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 3. The Captain of the Texan Rangers. A dim, misty morning early in March. The three trees which mark the Galveston harbor of 1846 are growing indistinct from the deck of the vessel as the steamer City of Mobile, a roomy but light draft craft, suitable to the shallow bays and lagoons of the Texan coast, is paddling over the soft swells of the Gulf of Mexico. She is laden to her bearings with supplies for General Taylor's army. Her forward deck is littered by cases of ammunition, boxes of shells, grape shot and canister, cavalry saddles, and casks of commissary bacon and United States salt beef are mixed with a lot of savage government mules stabled in the bow. A few ambulances and Conestoga wagons being arranged about the beasts to keep them from stampeding. The steerage is crowded with the usual underling riffraff of an army, sutlers' boys, teamsters, canteen men, and camp followers. Aft in the cabins, however, congregate commissary officers accompanying the army supplies of forage and provisions. 2 or 3 horse dealers who have contracts for government mounts, and a scattering of diamond-pinned, white-shirted, eggnog and mint julep-drinking gamblers who will officiate with Uncle Sam's soldiers on payday. Naturally, such a vessel bears very few females, though several lights o' love from New Orleans and a couple of well-rouged Mobile nymphs are proceeding to Corpus Christi, where about the camp of the American Army has grown up a shanty town, which harbors those who prey upon the soldiers, as well as those who prey upon the government. Near the stern of this steamer is seated Miss Godfrey, her bright eyes sometimes fixed on receding Galveston, and now and again turned inboard, with a rather perturbed expression on her pretty features. She notices the incongruous crowd upon the decks, the rough men and rouged women, whose careless language sometimes makes the blood suffuse her face and compels her to turn her eyes again upon the sandy waters dotted with barrel buoys that locate the narrow channel over the Galveston bar. Though she is unaccompanied, Americans surround her. This gives the unchaperoned girl, for she has left kind-hearted Mrs. Rodney behind her in the retreating city, not only respect, but privacy. Not one of the free and easy men upon the deck says a word to her, or even glances unguardedly at her, though she is the prettiest thing upon the steamer. Even the flashily dressed, smooth-mannered gamblers from the Mississippi River, who are going down to Corpus Christi to see what they can do at faro and poker with the dashing officers of Taylor's army, or better still, to fleece government contractors with their purses full of United States Army contracts, though they cannot help admiring the very stylish and beautiful young lady, would no more approach her with a light word or attempted conversation than they would the wife of the President or the Queen of England. Miss Godfrey's immunity, however, does not include Zelma, her maid. The slight drop of color in her blood, scarcely observable except by eyes accustomed to discover it, has made Estrella's handsome octoroon the subject not only of careless comments, but to these have been added some rather pointed personal addresses from Yazoo Sam, as smooth-tongued and deadly a gambler as ever handled poker chips. These attentions coming under her mistress's observation, Miss Godfrey, calling the young woman to her, says, "Zelma, for this portion of the voyage, I can dispense with your personal attendance on deck. You had better remain in your stateroom." The red blood comes hotly into her attendant's face, and tears into her soft, dark eyes, and she pouts quite mutinously. "Don't misunderstand me," goes on her mistress impulsively. "It's not a reproof, Zelma. It is only to save you from insult. But you must obey me." With this, the octoroon, dejectedly thinking of Mr. Yazoo Sam's handsome face and attractive manner, goes to her cabin, feeling with the ardor of her one drop of African blood that even for her own good it is very hard to be deprived of the subtle wooing of the knight of the faro table. Left by herself, Miss Godfrey, seated on the vessel's deck, grows gloomy. She is so entirely alone. The social ethics of the country she is now in forbidding her making a companion of the girl she has with her. Her journey from New York to New Orleans, under the care of Mr. and Mrs. Rodney, had been a very pleasant one. Even from there to Galveston on the City of Mobile, she had had the companionship of several ladies journeying to join their husbands, who were merchants in Galveston or Houston. But now the vessel, turned down the coast, is steaming towards the debatable land where the wildness of the prairie is made more dangerous by the outrages of guerrilla warfare, where Texan Rangers battle with Mexican banditti and the Comanche Indian, now that it is springtime, is getting ready to descend from the Pecos Mountains and the Llano Estacado upon the fertile plains of Bexar and the valley of the San Antonio, adding to the horrors of partisan contest the raid of the predatory savage. The vessel has already made the offing, the pilot has been dispatched to the shore, when the quick tooting of the steamer's whistle and the sudden pause of her walking beam makes Miss Godfrey look towards the bow. Another vessel, apparently disabled, as she is traveling under one wheel very slowly, is passing them, and signals are being exchanged. Apparently in response to these, the city of Mobile remains motionless upon the lazy swell of the Gulf. Her paddles do not revolve again until a tugboat is seen steaming out from Galveston to tow the disabled ship into the harbor. Then Miss Godfrey's vessel steams southward along the low Gulf coast of Texas, headed for Corpus Christi, some 200 miles away, where Uncle Sam's soldiers are gathered together, theoretically to occupy and protect Texan soil, but really to be ready to take the initiative and march for the Rio Grande at the first signal from Washington. As Estrella sits gazing at the shore, she would be as gloomy as its low swamps with their moss-grown cypress trees were not, in the girl's mind, the happy thought, "Every revolution of the paddle wheels brings me nearer to my father. Tomorrow morning, Corpus Christi. Tomorrow morning, perhaps he will meet me. Tomorrow morning, I am in his loved arms." Her face grows bright as the tropic sun that is now rising, and her eyes as brilliant as the sea now that the mists of the morning are driven from its blue waters. Into her reverie steps Captain McGowan, the most genial skipper who sailed the Gulf of Mexico. Those who traveled the California trip in the 50s remember McGowan. In white duck from keel to kelson, as he expresses it, he looks as immaculate as a 1,000-bale Louisiana planter. In answer to the young lady's inquiries, they have become quite good friends in the 2 days from New Orleans to Galveston. The skipper tells her that the vessel that has passed them is the Paducah, of the same line bound up, that she has broken her shaft and is 2 days behind her scheduled time. "Oh, goodness!" cries Estrella anxiously. "There may be a letter on board her from my father. You know I'm going to Corpus Christi to meet Papa. From there he will take me up to his hacienda, Live Oaks." "Yes, through a country with land pirates at every turn," mutters McGowan. Then he continues earnestly, "My dear young lady, I have been thinking about you ever since you came on board again at Galveston. You had better let me keep you on my ship at Corpus Christi, and when I sail, take you back with me. The land you're going to isn't fit for human beings, let alone a delicate girl like you." "That will be impossible. I have come here to see my father, to be by his side in his old age. My loved father is waiting for me," cries the girl devotedly. "Well, love will make women go anywhere. There are a few young officers' wives even now at Corpus Christi who want the last kiss of their boy husbands before they bid them good-bye for the campaign, perhaps the last they will ever give him," replies the skipper moodily. "But in this matter, since you are determined to land, Miss Godfrey, permit me as commander of this craft to take a liberty." "Certainly, Captain. I know everything you do will be for my good." Estrella looks at him with grateful eyes. "Then," replies the seaman, "heave anchor here. I'll join you in a minute." A few moments later, he returns accompanied by a gentleman, and says, "Miss Godfrey, permit me to introduce you to Captain Hampton. There's no man better fitted to put you safely in your dad's arms." "Captain Hampton!" ejaculates the girl, her eyes growing big. not thee." Rising, she is about to continue excitedly when noticing the almost boyish young fellow who is standing, sombrero in hand, before her. She suddenly checks herself with a slightly embarrassed laugh, and responds to the polite yet modest bow of the gentleman before her. "I'll leave you to make his acquaintance," says McGowan cheerily. "Seasickness is about the only thing that ever downed Hampton. He's no great shakes on shipboard, and made the voyage from New Orleans with us to Galveston between blankets. But on land he's a screamer. This salt water business for a day or two made me feel about as worthless as if I had been scalped," remarks the young man diffidently. "However, I'm in the saddle again. Noticing that you are alone on the boat," he continues in easy tone, "I have taken the liberty of asking Captain McGowan to introduce me. He tells me you insist on venturing to visit your father up in Bexar County. Can I take the greater liberty of asking your plans to get there?" "Certainly," replies the young lady gratefully. "At Corpus Christi I am directed to go to the branch office of Martin, Best & Co. There I hope to meet my father, who will take me with him up to his rancho of Live Oaks. It's above the Aransas." "Ah, yes, on Atascosa Creek near the Nueces, where cattle thieves, Mexicans, smugglers, and sometimes Comanches ride." The young man reflectively chews a straw she notices he has in his mouth, and adds, "I have not seen your father for the last few years. You'll excuse me, miss, but Jim Godfrey can hardly be right in his mind. To think of taking a delicate girl like you to such a place now that a general war with Mexico is about to break out upon the whole border." "True," replies Miss Godfrey, concern in her voice. "Mr. Martin, his New York agent, told me ever since the fight at Rock Springs, my father's letters indicate he has changed very much. But still Mr. Martin always said they were as full of horse sense as if he were General Sam Houston himself. You've seen my father. Tell me, was he not always rational?" "Yes, after he recovered from that fight at Rock Springs," returns Hampton. "More than rational. Long-headed, astute, and energetic. Still, of course, a desperate scrimmage like that one, together with what he went through afterwards, may have told upon him eventually." You know the details of that awful fight where my father was the only one who escaped?" says Estrella very eagerly. "Papa never wrote Mother much about it." "That was a good while ago," returns Hampton, "and there were so many little brushes just before our big fights at Alamo and Goliad and San Jacinto that one more or less didn't count for much. Your father escaped alive. At that time there were a good many skirmishes in which everybody was rubbed out." As if to turn Miss Godfrey's mind from this subject, he glances at the very fashionable garments of the young lady, and observes rather abruptly, "From your appearance, you've been away from Texas for some time, I reckon." "Yes, ever since I was 3 years of age. I have never seen my father to remember him." Her voice is very eager as she asks, "Tell me, do I look like him?" "Not a bit," answers the captain decidedly. "I don't look like my father?" pouts the girl disappointedly. "But still you do look like someone I've seen," returns the Texan meditatively. His piercing eyes regard Miss Godfrey so searchingly that to break away from the subject she goes into a rambling record of her life. How her father had gone to Texas in 1824, having received, as an impresario, an immense grant of land from the Mexican government, on condition that he furnish it with 100 settlers. This contract he had not been able to complete until 1834, though he had long before that time located his hacienda on the fertile lands between the Atascosa Creek and San Antonio River. That while making this settlement, her little sister, Sybil, 2 years younger than she, had been stolen and carried away either by Mexican bandits or Comanche Indians. Yes, such things had been too common about here, returns the Texan. Though it may have been the Libyans and Wacos, those savages hadn't been taught to be good Indians by our Kentucky rifles. Sometimes, continues Estrella, I imagine, though he never mentioned it in his letters, it is some wild hope of finding my sister that has kept my father all these years from visiting New York and taking me in his arms. Noting how the girl's face lights up as she says this, Hampton suggests, "You seem so eager to see him. Permit me to expedite the meeting by getting you early on shore tomorrow morning and taking you to the office of Martin Best & Co." "Thank you," replies the girl unaffectedly. "I shall be more than pleased if a friend of Captain McGowan will be kind enough to see me that far upon the way." As they had been talking, Estrella has been looking over the gentleman whose escort she has accepted and is pleased with him, though she thinks he is rather young to be of any great weight or importance in this rough and tumble Western world. He has a boy's face, clean cut and Roman, lighted by grey-blue eyes that would seem cold did they not sparkle enthusiastically as they gaze on her. A symmetrical figure, the rather gaunt and wiry from the athletics of the Prairie, exceedingly small feet and hands, dressed in a black, long-skirted frock coat, the typical Southern low-collared vest, and an immaculately white shirt, with trousers well spread out over his high Wellington boots. A Mexican sombrero shading his clean-shaven face. The young man's air would be that of a rather bashful farm lad addressing a society beauty, did not a curious courtesy of manner add a quiet and almost impressive dignity to his bearing. "Thank you," he replies simply. "You've made me very happy in trusting yourself so far to me. I think even on this boat I may be of some assistance to you." "Indeed? How?" asked the young lady, astonished. "I noticed that you seemed inconvenienced sitting on the deck this morning without the attendance of your maid to fan you and make you comfortable. If you will permit me, I will speak to a certain gentleman, and I think after that you can tell your girl that she can come on deck." "Oh, please don't make any trouble." "There will be no trouble. I will simply say to Mr. Yazoo Sam that any attention to her maid annoys Miss Godfrey. That will, I think, settle it. But please don't place yourself in danger," whispers the girl in a frightened tone. "These Mississippi gamblers, I believe, are rather slick with the pistol." He smiles coldly. "Yes, but other people about here are also quick on the trigger." "Yes, I suppose they have to be to live," she shudders. Then, to change the subject, remarks in rather embarrassed tone, "When first Captain McGowan mentioned your name as Hampton, do you know I thought, till I noticed how boyish you were, that he was perhaps introducing the celebrated Captain Sharp Selby Hampton, of Hayes's Texan Rangers, the noted frontiersman and Indian fighter, who even as a boy fought at San Jacinto. Are you a relative of his?" "Yes, I'm a connection," stammers the young man very nervously. "But if you'll excuse me, I'll execute the little mission I've given myself, so that your girl can come on deck." He hurriedly leaves her, and Estrella, watching him anxiously, sees him step to 3 or 4 gentlemen of the dice box and card table who are lounging amidships, and they all lift their hats to him. He says a few quiet words, and Mr. Yazoo Sam answers, his manner implying dissent or refusal. Then the girl starts astounded. The cold eyes of this bashful boy gleam with a peculiar steely glint that frightens her. A look flies into his face that awes her. She seems to be in the presence of death. Half a dozen cold words apparently issue slowly from his thin, chiseled lips, and the gambler shrinks from him. Then, shrugging his shoulders deprecatingly, bows and responds in louder tone. "No offense meant, and no harm done, we hope, Captain. To prove it, let's liquor." With this, they all go forward, apparently to the bar-room of the steamer that is doing a great business. A few minutes after, Miss Godfrey steps to the stateroom and tells Zelma that she can come on deck without fear of annoyance. This proves to be so. Mr. Yazoo Sam does not address her maid, and the rest of the morning passes quite pleasantly, Miss Godfrey making herself acquainted with the Indian question in one of Cooper's novels. At 2:00, Captain McGowan makes his appearance at her side and suggests, "With your permission, young lady, I'll take you into dinner." Entering the cabin, she finds the skipper has given her retirement at his own table, only a sedate army contractor and 2 commissariat officers in uniform being of the party, with the addition of the gentleman whose acquaintance she has made in the morning. He shortly after comes in and seats himself on McGowan's other hand. Towards the end of the meal, the contractor and commissary men being about to leave the table to light their cigars on deck, the skipper, turning to Hampton, says, "Hope you and this young lady have had a pleasant chat together." "Decidedly," answers the gentleman enthusiastically. "Miss Godfrey was kind enough to tell me about the great city of New York, life at Saratoga Springs, and give me some description of the high-fly civilization upon the trail of which I got at New Orleans." "You've been up at the Crescent City, Captain?" remarks one of the commissary officers as he rises from his chair. "Yes, getting equipment for the boys," replies Hampton, a tinge of embarrassment in his voice. "You know we expect to move very shortly." "Yes, when I was at Corpus Christi, Ben McCullough told me that you were going to take over Sam Walker's company," remarks the army man. "Also, that Colonel Hayes had written to you in New Orleans, telling you to leave all extra equipment at Corpus Christi, and the regiment would get it when they reached there." "By George, that looks as if General Taylor was about to move at once," interjects McGowan. "Sam Walker's becoming its lieutenant colonel will probably give you the vacant majority in the Texas regiment, won't it, Captain Hampton?" asks the army contractor. "Can't exactly be sure of that," replies the young fellow. "Some people think I'm too young." Here his glance happens to catch the young lady seated at McGowan's side, her face made red yet bewitching by embarrassment, directed at some raisins upon her plate. He mutters blushingly, "Thank you, gentlemen. I'll accept your invitation and join you in a cigar," and hurriedly leaves the cabin ahead of the commissariat men. "What's the matter with Sharp Hampton?" queries McGowan of his pretty charge. "He always was a bashful fellow, but today he seems to excel himself. He accepted those army chaps' cigars when they didn't offer them." "I'm afraid," says Miss Godfrey, still studying the raisins on her plate, "that Captain Hampton is perhaps displeased with me. I made a very embarrassing and foolish contretemps. I told him I had nearly mistaken him for the celebrated Captain Sharp Hampton, but that of course he was too young." Then she breaks out, her eyes growing big. "Is that boy really the great frontiersman, the friend of the celebrated Colonel Jack Hayes of the Texas Rangers and Ben McCullough, and the hero of 100 hand-to-hand encounters with Mexicans and Indians?" "Yes, that's Captain Sharp Selby Hampton," replies the skipper. To this he adds in low chuckle, "By Jove, you've probably wounded Sharp Hampton more savagely than half a dozen regiments of greasers could. The only thing he's touchy upon is his youthful appearance." "But isn't he a boy?" "Well, he's 26, about the age Napoleon fought his great Italian campaigns, I believe. And between you and me, Captain Sharp Selby Hampton, though he's as modest as he is brave, is able enough and experienced enough to take care of anything in the fighting line, from grizzly bars to Comanche Indians, though in other respects he is a very timid young fellow, as you've doubtless seen. Blushed to the eyes, didn't he, as he addressed you? Come, the seaman says cheerfully, I'll make your peace with him. Nobody could be very angry with you. Leading the young lady on deck, he finds the young Texan meditatively smoking a cigar. I see I've got to make this introduction over again, remarks McGowan. Miss Godfrey, this is really Captain Sharp Selby Hampton, the comrade of Jack Hayes and Ben McCullough, the hero of 100 skirmishes, the boy who with Deaf Smith destroyed the bridge at San Jacinto. Now quit, McGowan, says the young man, uneasily tossing his cigar away, his face growing red notwithstanding its tan. The greaser killer, the Injun scalper, guffaws the jovial sea dog. Please hold your horses, says Hampton. I never put my knife about an Indian's topknot, though I've been tempted to. What man in Texas hasn't? But you'll frighten Miss Godfrey. Frighten her of me. When I had hoped to be perhaps of some little service to her. Oh, you have already been, cries the girl gratefully. The attendance of my maid has been very useful to me. She glances at the Texan Ranger and sees something in his countenance that makes her turn her eyes diffidently over the blue waves gliding by the steamer's side. By jingo, you're the bashful one now, Miss Estrella, laughs McGowan. But I must relieve my first officer and give him a chance for dinner. The commander of the boat walks forward, leaving Miss Godfrey still gazing out upon the waters of the Gulf. You look all fired warm, stammers the Texan nervously. Let me get your girl to come and fan you. Who? I don't need to be fanned all the time, laughs the young lady. Please place a steamer chair for me. Then will you tell me something of the land of my birth that I'm visiting, but which I know so little about? Well, mustangs kick, replies Hampton eagerly, and though lacking in experience, he shows the instinct of a cavalier by making Miss Godfrey very comfortable. Seated beside her, and perhaps inspired by her exquisite face or by his subject, for the land of Texas seems dear to him, the young man tells his lovely vis-a-vis the beauties of the Lone Star State, describing the wave-like plains, green with the richest grasses, and covered with myriads of buffalo. From this he runs into a picture of the most lovely thing in all that southern country, the flower prairie, that sea of dazzling colors, dotted here and there with mottes of timber that look like green islands in a gorgeous ocean. He explains that these are often so vast in extent that only the tried frontiersmen dare attempt to cross them without compass, for the inexperienced get lost upon them, and traveling in circles mid the flowery billows, become as helpless as if alone in an open boat upon the boundless ocean, sinking down to die of thirst, the odors of a million petals regaling their expiring nostrils, and their dying ears soothed with the songs of innumerable hummingbirds and orange-winged orioles. Enthusing over the wonderful game that covers this fair land, he tells his listener of hunting adventures with buffalo, cougars, and also the savage jaguar of southern Texas. During this, Miss Godfrey notices that he is only eloquent upon the pleasant things of the country she is visiting, that he says naught of the frightful combats by men over this beautiful land, of the rattlesnakes that lie coiled beneath its wildflowers, or of the merciless Indians that raid its green prairies with lance and scalping knife. But in the midst of his oration, the captain suddenly starts and says disconcertedly, "Thunder! That's the gong for supper." "Yes, the time has passed very rapidly and very pleasantly, hasn't it?" remarks the girl. To this she adds as she rises, "Thank you for trying to make me like Texas." You've even made death and its flower prairies poetic. Well, yes, he replies uneasily. I love my state, and I want you to like it also. It's your state, too. But his disciple, in frontier instruction, going off to her cabin, he stands gazing after her graceful figure. To himself, he mutters sheepishly, That's the first occasion I ever jabbered poetic nothings. Soon after pacing the deck and attempting philosophy by the aid of a cigar, he is joined by the genial skipper of the city of Mobile. I hope you'll be able to assist the young lady when she lands, remarks McGowan, down in that rutty, muddy, cutthroat hole Corpus Christi tomorrow morning. Believe me, I shall do what I can for her, responds the Texan. You found her somewhat like her father, I presume, suggests the skipper. No more than a canary bird is like a blue jay, I'm very happy to say, is Hampton's reply. For between ourselves, Jim Godfrey has a reputation of being a very ornery cuss all over southern Texas, working his niggers to death and skinning everybody who's dealings with him. But his daughter, whew, as the Arkansas traveler said, she is chicken fixins. The ranger's eyes are very enthusiastic. Oh, so you do think well of my protege? Well, I thought enough of her 2 or 3 hours ago to risk my life by telling Yazoo Sam, who they say shoots mighty straight, that if he didn't quit sparking Miss Godfrey's yaller girl, I'd put daylight through him tomorrow morning as soon as we landed, answers the young man. You see, it annoyed Miss Godfrey just a leetle, and I couldn't stand that. No, sirree. Not by Texas. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 4 of The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War, by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 1, Chapter 4. The Fight for the Desert Spring. In 1846, on an ocean steamer on the Gulf Coast, what was called supper was nearly always a pleasant meal. This evening the breeze was blowing softly through the open transoms of the city of Mobile. The bright lights of the salon made the cabin cheerful, and the languid splash of the waters outside under the paddles of the boat seemed to be a pleasant lullaby. The menu was excellent, but Miss Godfrey noticed that the captain of the Texan Rangers, who came in considerably after she did and sat opposite her, said very little and ate perhaps less. So much so that McGowan, who announces that they will be in Corpus Christi early in the morning, remarks, Still seasick, eh, Captain Hampton? You have too delicate a stomach for saltwater cooking. You should take a lesson in gastronomy from this young lady at my right hand. She can handle a knife and fork in a gale of wind. This is quite true. Miss Godfrey somehow is in excellent spirits this evening and is doing full justice to a very good meal. No romance in her appetite, continues the skipper cheerily. Turning to his fair protege, he suggests, Have another plate of waffles, won't you? Thank you, laughs Estrella. After that, can I support your eulogy of my appetite with some of that buffalo tongue in front of you? With pleasure. This evening Hampton will explain to you how they shoot these critters out on the plains. I think I've told you that already, responds the Texan, glancing across the table, but the bright eyes of his exquisite vis-a-vis make him seek his plate again, though they don't increase his appetite. For some occult reason, the more beautiful Miss Godfrey appears to him, the gloomier and more distrait this captain of Rangers. Accustomed to the dangers of partisan warfare with savage enemies, he seems to be almost afraid of gazing on the ethereal loveliness of the lady, which this evening is pronounced enough to conquer more blasé gentlemen than the young fellow seated opposite to her. Though extremely cool-headed when facing almost inevitable death, Sharp has grown very warm-blooded in encountering the dashing light artillery of Estrella's brown eyes.
This evening he thinks Miss Godfrey is beautiful enough to conquer anything that walks. Perhaps judging it is her last opportunity for some little time to wear the delicate garments of fashionable life, this summery evening Estrella is all in white, her perfectly formed shoulders and rounded arms gleaming like ivory beneath the sheer muslins of her corsage. Zelma has bound up her hair a la Greek, but artfully destroyed classic severity by permitting 2 or 3 ringlets to escape and dangle upon the snowy neck. This is not absolutely attic style, but it suits Captain Hampton down to the ground, as he mentally expresses it. Noticing his almost rustic embarrassment, McGowan, who as a popular steamboat captain has witnessed many saltwater flirtations, mercilessly remarks, "Perhaps after dinner you will find something pleasanter than buffalo to chat about to Miss Godfrey. You know he has had some experience." He continues to the young lady, "He is a little seasick now, but upon dry land I am told he is a frontier gallant, and you can bet it's true. I never saw a fighter who wasn't a lover." "It isn't quite fair, Captain, to jump on a seasick man," returns Hampton. He rises uneasily and mutters, "In fact, I guess this cabin's too hot for me. I'll go on deck and take a cigar." A slight laugh, in which Estrella herself cannot help joining, hastens his abrupt exodus from the table. "That fellow," chuckles the captain, "is more dangerous than he looks. Colonel Jack Hayes, who's travelled with me, tells me Hampton dances the fandango so well that the hombres in San Antonio snap their yellow teeth like castanets, and the senoritas down on the Rio Grande think he is the prettiest caballero who ever straddled a bucking mustang. You want to look out for him, Miss Godfrey." "Ah, then you should not have placed me in his charge, Captain McGowan," laughs Estrella, parrying his suggestion with that woman's tact which is given even to debutantes. "You must remember that I've only been out 1 season, and am not accustomed to meet gentlemen who they say fight like paladins." "Oh, I'd risk you. It's Sharp I'm scared about," answers the captain. "Besides, soon as we get to Corpus Christi, that chap who's smoking his cigar on deck will have rivals. The dashing bucks of Taylor's army will be about you like bees around a honey tree." To this the young lady doesn't answer. It reminds her of young Pelham and the souvenir he had taken from her at Saratoga. She knows the lieutenant rides with May's dragoons, that perhaps tomorrow she will see his handsome figure and earnest eyes. But as she steps on deck with McGowan, she puts this from her mind with a careless, "Pshaw, he must have forgotten me long ago scouting on the plains." As she and the skipper pace together the port side of the hurricane deck, the Texan strides the starboard side. Rather chewing his cigar than smoking it, he is pondering on a subject that disturbs him. Miss Godfrey is the first highly accomplished and delicately bred Anglo-Saxon young lady he has ever met. Uncouth though comely trappers' daughters he has seen quite often, with the semi-civilized beauties of the coquettish rebozo and floating nagua that abound on the Mexican border. He has oft-footed the cachuca to the disgust of his compatriots, but this Eastern belle with her cultivated graces of mind and body is something he has never met before. Though in his short and only visit to New Orleans, from which he is returning, he had looked at the Louisiana beauties, it had only been distantly from a seat in the opera house or theatre. Estrella's very delicacy and refinement make him extremely diffident. He says to himself grimly, "Miss Highflyer doubtless thinks me a mixture of uncultured frontier lad and bloodthirsty bravo," but gazes earnestly across the deck at the delicate beauty that is almost fairy-like in the moonlight. Catching a glance from the girl's bright eyes, he recklessly tosses his cigar away and walks straight as the moth to the flame to Miss Godfrey, who has been left by McGowan, seated on a steamer chair under the stern awning. With that curious abruptness common to bashful men, he remarks, "I have been thinking about your father, Miss Godfrey." "Oh, thank you for coming to talk to me about him," replies the girl eagerly and cordially. "Tell me everything you know of him, Captain Hampden. You seemed this morning to rather avoid speaking of him." Her delicate hand and her almost pleading eyes indicate the camp stool beside her. The next second he was seated quite close to her, saying earnestly, "Only because I hesitated to mention to you a scene in his life that must greatly affect his daughter. As a matter of fact, the only time I ever really was with Jim Godfrey, for more than a passing hour, was just after that extraordinary little Indian-Mexican skirmish from which your father was the only one who escaped alive." "Yes, the only one," answers the girl, her voice quivering. "Tell me, you could not have been there. He was the only one who lived." "Not there at the time, but mighty shortly afterwards," answers the ranger. "And if you do not think it will disturb your nerves too much, I will tell you about it as well as I am able. I was only a boy of 15 then, but there are certain scenes that get branded onto a man's memory. Early in 1836, I, in company with a small band of Texans, was sent to scout on the upper waters of the Guadalupe. There were but few of us. Most of those who wore arms were getting ready on the lower San Antonio and about Goliad to meet the expected invasion of Santa Anna from Mexico. For in the previous December we had answered old Ben Milam's cry and avenged his blood in storming San Antonio and sending General Coes hustling across the Rio Grande to tell his master, Santa Anna, that he and 1,500 Mexican regulars had been driven out of the chief town in Texas by some 300 frontiersmen, unaided by artillery, and only armed with rifles, pistols, and Arkansas toothpicks. Almost as soon as Coes was squelched, Colonel Travis, who was in command at San Antonio, ordered some 10 of us to patrol the sources of the Guadalupe. He feared that some Mexican column might sneak in back of us from Chihuahua and cut us off from the main Texan force, which was all too slowly assembling at Gonzales. For a few days we scouted upon and examined the headwaters of that river, reaching the tag end of those barren plains that in New Mexico are called the Llano Estacado, and come down in middle Texas almost to the Rio Grande, though the country is not quite as barren there as it is further up. Springs are mighty few and far between, and upon the sun-dried mesa getting enough water for man and beast is about as hard as trapping coyotes. Our work had to be done very carefully, for we were upon the borders of the Indian country, and while we were looking for Mexicans, might be surprised and jumped on by Comanches. So we all kept our eyes mighty wide open. One morning, just at the border of this bad land, Jake Luttrell and I came on to our astonishment, among the pinyon timber about the base of some outlying buttes, a trail. Though the imprints were those of moccasins, we knew that no Indian feet had made 'em, because they turned outward. Tracking this for about an hour, we overtook a crazy white man dressed in store clothes. He was raving with delirium from the hot sun, his tongue black as a watermelon seed from lack of water. On seeing us, he uttered a shriek and fled from us. Being mounted, we rapidly overtook him, seized him, poured water down his throat, and gave him the best succor possible out on the prairie. After drinking our canteens dry, he revived sufficiently to tell us that he and a party of 5 others had had a brush with a band of Mexican volunteer cavalry somewhere to the south of us. By this time the balance of the command had overtaken us. "Greasers to the south" was passed along, We were not accustomed to count noses in those days, and we didn't ask how many. Taking the man with us, who was still at times so delirious we had to tie him on an extra pack mule, we started off on one of the most terrific jaunts I have ever ridden. Even in February the vegetation was parched upon that arid plain. Of course, we had taken the precaution to fill our canteens when we left the last little creek that trickled down the escarpment to join the Guadalupe, for we guessed water would be almighty scarce upon the mesa. As we rode on, the burning sun overhead seemed to blister us. It was the hottest winter day I have ever seen in Texas, and would have been a broiler even in the middle of summer. Not a breath of air was stirring over the arid tableland, and mighty soon our mustangs began to suffer. But stimulated by the hope of wiping out the rancheros, we traveled one whole day and part of the next. By this time we were beginning to think not of Mexican cavalry, but of water to keep us alive. Already 2 or 3 of the pack mules had given up and thrown themselves down upon the baked adobe soil to die. The veteran frontiersman in command of us had a very gloomy look upon his gaunt visage as he rode along, chewing some tasejo to get a little saliva in his mouth. In fact, those of us who were not chewing jerked beef were chewing bullets to keep our tongues from swelling till they choked us. Just then a little breeze, the first that had fanned us, sprang up from the west. Luttrell, who was riding beside me, chancing to gaze over the cactus plain, suddenly cried, "Golly, look at them mules that we've left behind us. Boys, we're saved!" For the 2 mules that had given up and were lying down had staggered to their feet and were loping off towards the west. New life in them. All animals have an instinct for water, but a mule can scent it farther than a buzzard can see a carcass. Luttrell knew this, and he implored our captain to follow them. "I've seen 'em, boys, run 7 hours clean off the trail and find water." "For God's sake, get after 'em," he implored to our commander. So we tore helter-skelter after the mules. The Mexican cavalry might be south of us, but we were so thirsty we thought only that a spring might be within reach of us. So our horses loped and staggered along for 2 hours, when the mules ran plump into a spring of living water. I could no more have held my bronco from going into it than I could have held a cannonball from one of those 18-pounder guns down at Corpus Christi. As our mustangs sprang in, we jumped off them, and man and beast drank together like mad. I had scarce filled myself, and I think I took about a gallon, when Luttrell clapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Sharp, look! See what's about us?" Just then several of our men uttered hoarse cries. I sprang up and saw that we had ridden into the scene of an almighty tough scrimmage, but had been so crazed for water we hadn't noticed it. Dead men lay all about that spring, some in the uniforms of the Mexican lancers, some in the buckskin of the trapper, and one dressed in store clothes, though he wore high boots and leggings. "Ready, boys! Injuns!" cried our leader. "Indians? I don't see any," I half laughed. Out on the plain there was no cover save a gully half a mile away, full of mesquite brush and prickly cactus. "Injuns, sure," said Luttrell. "Look, ye little greenhorn, every dead man lying around here, greaser or American, has been scalped." Like a streak, we were in the middle and reconnoitered that plain mighty carefully, though we kept half a dozen men about the spring, for we knew that would be the vital point in a long fight. The crowd that had water must whip. All our scouts returned in the course of an hour or two and said no Indian signs in sight except the trail of a big Comanche war party that had apparently traveled out to the northwest probably 2 days before. So we went to doing the Christian act by the dead Americans. The greasers we left to their friends, the vultures. Though we examined the ground carefully and even the mesquite chaparral, not a sign of dead Indian could we find about. The 4 men, there were 5 Americans in all, were known to some of our command as buffalo hunters. The man in store clothes was utterly unknown to any of us. He was probably some mining prospector or speculator in lands, because the only things we could find in his pockets were 2 or 3 lumps of black stuff. The boys allowed must be coal, and a surveyor's chain and compass. I suppose the varmints left them, fearing the instruments were bad medicine. Everything else had been taken from him by the Indians except one of those little golden circles that I have seen on so many dead men's breasts after a fight. The boys don't like to look at them. Those who know what they mean never tell, even though old Luttrell turned his head away when he saw that golden sign on the dead man's body. "Is it like this one?" asks Miss Godfrey, producing the little circle which nearly 2 years before in Saratoga had perturbed the great United States Senator. "Exactly," returns the Texan, after he has examined it by the light coming from the open window of the cabin. "Where did you get this?" he asked curiously. "It was one my mother brought with her from Texas. She said my father wore it when I was a little girl." "Yes, many of those who have come to us from the United States have worn 'em," remarks Hampton. "Most people in Texas don't like to talk about 'em, but I reckon they're a sign of some great secret society, probably only political in its ends, certainly not criminal, for some of the bravest and noblest men who have fallen in battle for Texas have borne that symbol. But to go on with my story," he continues, "as we journeyed down the Guadalupe, the man we had found in the buttes gradually got back his senses. During this, from the broken words he gave to us from time to time, I put up the combat around that Rock Springs. That's what they call it now, about in this peculiar and weird way. That spring of living water, 20 Mexican lancers scouting from the direction of Eagle Pass and the Rio Grande had taken possession of. The 6 Texans, coming from the other way, their horses worn out by heat and thirst, themselves made desperate by want of water, had attacked. For apparently the fight had been made by the 20 greasers to keep the 6 Americans from getting a taste of that spring. The combat had been hand to hand, desperate, bloody. Pistols against lances, rifles against escopetas, and bowie knives against machetes. Our crowd had won, butchered the rancheros to a man, though all of the Americans had been killed except the crazy fellow we were bringing back with us. But here's the curious part of it. While this combat was going on, 50 Indians in war paint coming over the plain had looked grimly at it until Greaser and white man had gone down together, and then had quietly ridden in and scalped the dead, made ready for their devilment. But by some trick of the frontier or act of Providence, they had missed this one man, who had flown before them and somehow escaped, and got down into the buttes, where we had found him just in time to save his life. This I figured out from the position of the bodies and accoutrements, and a few wandering horses, saddled and bridled, that we found grazing near the spring. As we returned down the Guadalupe, gradually the man recovered his senses and became known to us by the papers on him. So we took him back to where he belonged, the great hacienda of Live Oaks below San Antonio. Here a new horror put all his brains back into him, for we found the adobe buildings had been gutted by General Coase and his greasers in his retreat, and every head of livestock and every nigger run off, and every man upon it massacred. There was no more life at the hacienda of Live Oaks than there had been life at the Lone Spring upon the mesa 150 miles away, except a dog, the man called Pinto, who came to him and licked his hand. For the crazy, demented fugitive we had picked up in the buttes was Jim Godfrey, your father. I had guessed this, whispers Estrella sadly. How he must have suffered. Then she continues in anxious tone, You're quite sure that his mind was not permanently affected in any way? Certainly, returns the captain decidedly. Your dad's very misfortunes seemed to give new life and energy to him. The moment he discovered everyone was dead about the plantation, that it had been entirely destroyed, the vigor of a man who will not be crushed seemed to come into him. Even while we Rangers stood about the ruined hacienda, your father, with indomitable nerve, was already taking measures to build it up again. Without assistance, he dug up from a place where it had been concealed in the masonry of the building a chest containing not only his business papers, but a large quantity of money in United States gold. For a very little while, I think, he had an idea of taking this money and leaving the plantation and going back to the States. But that was only for an hour or two. Even when our scouts came in and reported that the Mexicans had run off every nigger and killed every white man on the plantation, and that there was not a living thing within 40 miles of us except wild animals, your father had made up his mind to rebuild. I heard him say to Luttrell, 500,000 acres is a principality. Why shouldn't I stay and hold it? 4 years from that time, chancing to be on a scout at the Atascosa with Hayes Rangers, I visited Live Oaks. I found it rebuilt. A lot of new niggers purchased in Louisiana were at work in the fields. More white settlers brought from the States had joined your father. Determined not to have it destroyed again, Jim Godfrey had fortified the rancho and armed it. In proof of this, today, the hacienda of Live Oaks is the only inhabited station between San Antonio and Corpus Christi, with the exception of the cabin of one family of life-in-your-hand trappers who live near Aransas Bay. Your father's great trouble will be to get you to his rancho safely, but probably he has brought enough of his followers with him to make your journey comparatively secure, especially as Taylor's projected movements to the Rio Grande will occupy all the Mexican forces. Ah, you make me very happy, replies his listener, her eyes beaming. Every word you have uttered has proclaimed my father's devotion to me. Even with his great losses and destroyed estate, he, within a year afterwards, sent sufficient money for my mother's and my comfort in New York, and soon after enough for even my luxury. Very well, then. Let's take the trail to livelier topics, suggests the captain. The darkies are singing some plantation melodies in the steerage. Would you like to hear them? For sounds of the banjo are floating over the soft and quiet waters. With pleasure, remarks the young lady. and under his escort strolls forward to listen to "Oh, Susanna," Nellie Gray, and the Arkansas Traveler, and see a big darky roustabout from Louisiana do a terrific double shuffle levee dance on the hurricane deck. "You like music?" she asked the captain. "Well, yes, possibly, because I've heard so very little of it. You know, I never listened to an opera until I went into the Academy in New Orleans. There was a soul in that melody which made my eyes water, and I'm not considered about here by the greasers particularly chicken-hearted. Italian music about a troubadour." "Ah, like to hear some Italian melodies tonight? From your lips? Oh, I'm not a prima donna, but I think I know some of the songs from Il Trovatore you listened to that evening in New Orleans." Miss Godfrey steps into the cabin and gives some directions to her maid. A few moments after, she and the captain are seated near the stern of the boat. Zelma brings to her mistress a guitar. Then Hampton, as he expresses it to himself, hears the band begin to play, and thinks that Miss Godfrey singing sweet Italian love songs in the moonlight beats the New Orleans prima donnas all to flinters. "At all events, her melodies make me loony," cogitates the Texan after the young lady has gone away to her cabin. Then he abruptly mutters, "Where in thunder have I seen her features?" Lighting a cigar, he paces the deck, turning the thing over in his mind. Finally, he concludes it is so long ago he cannot locate it. Yet, even after he has turned in, as he lies in his berth, Miss Godfrey's radiant features will come back to him. The face, I remember, was, of course, not so pretty as hers. Jumping mustangs! Nothing could be as pretty as hers, he thinks half dreamily as he tosses on the pillow. Suddenly he gives a start, shudders slightly, and mutters, "Snakes and gaiters! Have I gone daft? By the eternal, the face that looked like hers had been scalped." End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Taylor's Camp at Corpus Christi. Chapter 5, The March for the Rio Grande. The next morning, Miss Godfrey wakes to find the steamer anchored in the bay of Corpus Christi. A dozen other vessels are about the city of Mobile, among them 2 small gunboats and a revenue cutter. To her astonishment, she sees that all have steam up. The bustle of an army getting ready for active service is on the water as well as on the land. The orderly lines of white tents and log cabins of 4,000 U.S. regulars, 3 or 4 batteries of artillery, the light guns placed in position, the heavy guns parked at the rear, are in full view. As Estrella steps on deck, the reveille sounding from half a dozen fife and drum corps comes faintly over the water. The flag is being hoisted on the headquarters flagstaff. The whole glorious panoply of war is in front of her. She can see the infantry companies forming in the canvas-bordered streets, though there are no signs of the usual morning drill. In contrast to the extreme order of the military encampment outside its lines, on the lower ground, nearer the shore, stands a disreputable shanty town of adobe huts, clapboard houses, and even dwellings made of mesquite boughs and branches, and Conestoga wagons that have become houses on wheels. Its irregular streets filled with the refuse of that shiftless congregation which always clusters about an army in its winter quarters. For Taylor's forces have occupied Corpus Christi for nearly 5 months, ample time to gather about his well-ordered command not only those of direct business for the government, bringing him supplies, forage, and ammunition, but also the 1,000 varied sharks and harpies that live upon, prey upon, and plunder Uncle Sam's soldiers. Consequently, in this heterogeneous congregation of buildings are seen Mexican dance halls with painted canvas signs, American gambling houses, and barrooms where aguardiente, mezcal, and noya, together with bad whiskey that never saw Kentucky, are served in sufficient quantities to make the duties of the provost marshal very arduous after payday. Of course, mingled with the haunts of vice are the sirens who lure the soldiers into them. The appearance of this shanty town is made somewhat picturesque by the green of the bough manufactured huts and the varied patched covers of the Conestoga wagons, some of which are occupied as homes by wandering camp followers who are ready to hitch up and follow along as soon as the army moves to the front. In the nearer foreground, right on the shore, stand a few very plain sheds of rough lumber and adobe warehouses of firms doing business with the United States government. Between these and Estrella are the blue waters of Corpus Christi Bay, now busy with marine life. Apparently, some movement is contemplated for the anchored ships and steamers. Already Miss Godfrey has eaten a hasty breakfast in the cabin, and, attended by Zelma, stands eagerly awaiting disembarkation. Gradually, her mobile features become shadowed by a poignant disappointment. She had hoped that her father, eager as she for a meeting, might come off in a shore boat to greet her. But no, Jim Godfrey climbs up the side ladder. So she stands, her little foot tapping the deck impatiently until nearly all the passengers have disembarked, and tries to hide her chagrin by pretending to be interested as the mules are swung over the ship's side and made to swim for their lives to the shore, though a tear or two will dim her eyes. About this time Captain Hampton says quietly at her shoulder, "Everything is ready for you, Miss Godfrey. McGowan has kindly given me one of the cutters. I've got your luggage in it. With your permission, can I assist you down the side ladder?" "Not until I've said a word to her," cries the skipper. Turning for a moment from his ship's duties, he takes the young girl's hands in his and says cordially, "My dear young lady, even if you meet your father, you had better remain on board my ship with him until he takes you to his rancho. In addition, should your father not be in that rough and tumble shanty town there, my advice is for you to return to the city of Mobile. Then I'll take charge of you and put you back in New Orleans and civilization." "Thank you, but I shall not come back, Captain. I'm going to see my father, even if he is not here, even if I have to go to the ranch," she answers determinedly. "He may have mistaken the time for my coming." "Then you've a pretty difficult task upon your hands, young lady," remarks the skipper glumly. Taking Hampton aside, he whispers a few hasty words, and Miss Godfrey catches the reply in a low, quiet voice. "Leave her to me, McGowan. I'll see that she gets in her dad's arms." Somehow this gives great confidence to the young lady. She is in such good spirits as she permits herself to be assisted down the side ladder of the ship that she hardly notices that an army boat dashes up to it, and a staff officer in undress uniform hastily passes her at the gangway and goes into consultation with Captain McGowan. That the craft does not carry a Texan planter, who may be her father, is all that concerns her. Zelma has preceded her and is already seated with her mistress's hand luggage, and big sunshade on one of the midship seats of the cutter. As Hampton places himself beside Miss Godfrey in the stern, the mistress notices a curious austerity in his face as he chances to gaze at her octoroon maid. Once, when he has occasion to speak to Zelma, his words are curt and the tone of his voice is severe. Wondering at this, Estrella, who has already made up her mind that the gentleman at her side has a kind heart, and furthermore that he also considers himself altogether too great a gun to pay much attention to the doings of her servant, casts her eyes over Zelma to see if there is anything in her attendant's manner or appearance that has caused the captain's condemnation, and discovers naught. Upon this journey, her mistress has thought it wise, in view of the young woman's attractive personality, to keep Zelma, though neatly, very plainly dressed. This morning her maid would be unnoticeable, were it not impossible to hide the contours of a delicate yet slightly voluptuous Creole figure beneath a plain black short-skirted alpaca frock, and to destroy the effect of her lustrous, languid dark eyes by having the glossy, dark masses of the girl's hair braided into two big, disfiguring pigtails. But even as Miss Godfrey looks, she is concerned to notice that Zelma, under Hampton's glance, droops her eyes in an almost guilty embarrassment, and her attendant's manner becomes extraordinarily confused. The boat having reached a little pile landing place, Hampton springs out and very carefully assists Miss Godfrey upon its rough planking. Zelma, with the hand luggage, has been passed on shore by the crew, with a sharp command to her attendant, "Keep close behind your mistress, girl." The Texan leads the young lady through a short street, which has been made a quagmire by the wheels of government wagons, through which a band of army pack mules are tramping, splashing the black Texas mud over Estrella's neat traveling dress. "Can't help roughing it a leetle," remarks Hampton, reassuringly, as he keeps between the delicate girl and some rough teamsters, and escorts her very carefully through a congregation of Mexican packers, for, lured by American gold, there were always plenty of non-combatant greasers in the rear of Uncle Sam's army. During this, Estrella cannot help glancing at the cavalier who is taking such very good care of her. A look of astonishment is in his face. Sharp Hampton upon the land is almost a different being to Sharp Hampton upon the sea. His air, which had been rather quietly languid on shipboard, has become strikingly alert. His movements seem quick as a wildcat's. This wonderful flexibility is easily apparent from the costume he wears, which is a mixture of that of the prairies and that of the parade ground. His legs are cased in buckskin breeches, tight as if they were his own skin. His feet are in moccasins. A short buckskin hunting shirt clothes him from the waist up. Over it is the loose undress of a volunteer captain, his rank shown by a couple of neat shoulder straps. A Mexican sombrero tops his resolute face, and instead of a sword he wears for sidearms in his belt a buckhorn-handled bowie knife and a pair of 6-shooting Colt's dragoon pistols, deadly as a rifle at 100 yards. Though his legs are slightly bowed from constant horse exercise, his pace is so rapid that twice he has to stop and accommodate his steps to those of the pretty feet which are striving to keep up with him. Under his guidance, the party soon stand in front of a little clapboard shanty labeled by a canvas sign, "Branch Office, Martin Best & Co., New York." This the young lady enters with a very eager look upon her face to receive astonishment and afterwards dismay. A clerk who would be dapper where his shirt not covered with whiskey stains and his sleeves not rolled up to his elbows, looks carelessly up from some bills of lading, and seeing this goddess of beauty and fashion, takes off a battered straw hat and ejaculates under his breath, "Gee, cracky!" As she mentions her name, he bows effusively and says deferentially, "I'm mighty sorry, Miss Godfrey, but there's been a terrific mistake up to our Galveston office. We sent a letter there that your father had got word to us that he would be up the coast at Matagorda to meet you, not Corpus Christi. As soon as we got it, we forwarded his instructions on the Paducah." "Oh, mercy!" The Paducah broke her shaft. "We passed her outside of Galveston Harbor. That letter reached there after I left. What am I to do?" "Well, your father's at Matagorda." "Can I get transportation to Matagorda?" "No, I'm sorry to tell you all the steamboats go back direct to Galveston," replies the clerk. "Then what am I to do? I must see my father." Her escort, who has not intruded himself upon this interview, is standing outside the door, looking meditatively at a sutler's boy trying to conquer a wayward bronco. She steps out to him and, hastily explaining the matter, says, consternation in her voice, "Captain Hampton, I am in a fearful dilemma. What am I to do?" "You want very much to see your father?" "Oh, so much. Think I haven't looked on him ever in my life to know him." "Well, the most sensible thing would be for you to stay here until you can get carried back to Galveston. Some vessel in a few days must be returning up the coast. From there send word to your father and let him visit you in that place." "I don't think he can come. He's too busy. He has a large number of government contracts. He furnishes horses for the volunteer regiments they expect to raise in Texas, also the mounted rifles." "Yes, I know that." Then, after a moment's consideration, Hampton adds, "I think your father made up his mind it would not be possible to get through to Corpus Christi with his scalp. That's the reason he didn't come here." "But I must go to him." "I understand your ideas on that point, believe me. You shall see him, though. I may have to make arrangements that you go by schooner to Matagorda. At all events, for the present the best place for you is on board of McGowan's steamboat. Her trunks are being carried into the office of Martin, Best & Co. by some negro roustabouts. To them he says, 'Leave these here for the present.' To the young lady he suggests, 'Let your maid carry your hand luggage, and I will trot you down to the shore again and get you on board at once.' Then the tears of disappointment in her beautiful eyes draw from him, 'Only take the word of Sharp Hampton that in some way or other you shall see your father.' As they pass through the clustering roustabouts and government teamsters near the shore of the bay, a buzz of commotion and excitement seems to pervade the shanty town. Hampton apparently doesn't heed this, though when he gets to the landing place a short, sharp gun from one of the warships calls from him a sudden exclamation. He says, shading his eyes and looking over the waters of the bay, 'Great thunder! Look, every vessel in the harbor is going out of it.' 'Even the city of Mobile,' whispers Estrella, dismay in her voice. 'By golly, if de whole flock of 'em ain't tootin' down to Pint Isabella to wait dear till de greasers is licked out,' guffaws a half-clothed negro sutler's boy, who is looking at the picture with two or three equally undressed companions. What does it mean? Asks the girl faintly, feeling that this nautical movement affects her destiny. As she speaks, the soft notes of the bugles float through the quiet air from the distant camp. Mean? Cries the young Texan. The fire of battle is making his eyes flash and bringing the blood into his cheeks. Those transports all ordered down the coast. Those bugles from the army lines sounding boots and saddles. By the Lord, it means at last Taylor is marching on the Rio Grande. My heaven, I've got to get back like blazes to San Antonio and bring the boys on quick. The bugles from the distant camp sound again, and Miss Godfrey, looking up dismayed, notices that the veins on her escort's forehead stand out, and his eyes are turned eagerly southward. Captain Hampton, I'm afraid your care of me will keep you from your military duties, says Estrella falteringly. Leave me at the office of Martin Best and Co. That clerk is a gentleman. He will do all he can for the daughter of Jim Godfrey, one of their most valuable customers. Leave you here? The army going from it? In this disreputable teamster, camp follower, gamblin' hole? He glances over the rough town. Then couldn't you get some Mexicans to escort me to my father's ranch? Greasers to keep you from Comanches? Half jeers, half shudders Hampton. Don't doubt those red devils know the men of Texas are going to the front and are already trailin' down over the plains to jump each unprotected ranch house. Come with me. I've got to go up to Taylor's camp anyway. There may be some wives of officers left who can take care of you for the moment. As he speaks, the Texan is striding hurriedly along the muddy street of this purlieus of the army. 2 minutes after, he is at what proudly calls itself a livery stable, and is assisting the boys to hitch a couple of mustangs into a second-hand army ambulance, buckling strap and throwing on harness himself. Upon the front seat of this vehicle he seats Zelma, tossing in her mistress's light baggage after her. With much more care he assists to the back seat Miss Godfrey. Springing beside her, he says sharply to a nigger boy who has jumped in front and is handling the reins, "Drive lively to Taylor's headquarters, Sambo." So they dash up the muddy street, splattering the black mold upon several half-breed camp women who are out looking for victims. 1 or 2 white-shirted gamblers who are strolling towards the martial music, and Monte Juan, a Mexican card-sharper, who would mutter a carajo as they pass him by, did he not recognize and remember Captain Sharp Hampton of Hayes Rangers. As they drive up to headquarters, martial music breaks out upon the sunny air. "See, the advance is beginning," whispers Hampton, his eyes glinting as he points towards the parade ground, where the regiments are now drawn up, their tents already struck, have been put into the baggage wagons, which are clustering to follow them. Already the movement is in progress. Taylor and his staff are reviewing the advance column of his army that he is projecting on the Rio Grande, that stream the approach to which the Mexican government has said means war. A squadron of Thornton's dragoons, trotting with clattering sabers, forms the advance guard. Immediately after rides the leader of the column, Colonel Twiggs, followed by his staff, hard-riding, dashing young officers of fine bearing, but dressed in fatigue uniforms and rigged out for service, not display. Then, with slashing route step, come 3 regiments of infantry, their bands playing, their men cheering. After them roll the light batteries, their gallant commander, that superb artilleryman, Ringgold, riding ahead of his guns, his eyes vivid with the anticipation of battle and victory. Gallant eyes that 2 months hence shall close in death on the blood-stained field of Palo Alto. All through the ranks are faces radiant with hope of successful war, and many with thoughts of happy return, honored with victory to their loved ones in the far North States. But this morning their eyes are turned southward, not to face about until they have borne the American colors proudly over the Cordilleras and planted them victorious on the capital of Mexico. Many of them will never turn north again. Boys who have kissed their sweethearts for the last time. Husbands who shall look no more in this world upon wives' faces. Men whose mothers shall wait for them by the home fireside in vain. Yet all go cheering buoyantly along as if they were striding to feat, not battle. For 5 months, waiting in this kennel of Corpus Christi has made Uncle Sam's war dogs very eager, now that the leash has been taken from them, to spring at Mexican throats. The column disappears in the distance. The dust of their foot tracks drifts away, but the United States, with the footsteps of this marching column, has begun one of its greatest territorial advances. Before those battle flags are furled, Uncle Sam will absorb Texas, California, and all that great territory that now permits him to span the continent with 6 lines of steel from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and so on to the commerce of the Far East, a national development without which the great Yankee nation's destiny would have been inefficient, incomplete, absurd. As usual, quite a congregation of onlookers has inspected the departing troops. One of them, a smooth-tongued, timid-looking hospital clerk, remarks, "Gee, when they hear the news up in the States, won't they give poor old rough-and-ready Taylor hell for this?" "Yes, the presidency," answers a long-headed, cool government commissariat contractor, spitting some tobacco juice in the dust. But the hospital clerk guessed right, as well as the contractor. National expansion, as usual, was opposed by a certain number of the American people who cried out, "Conquest, blood, and imperialism." And not satisfied with attacking the government at Washington, inaugurated an assault upon the army of this country from the rear, doing more damage to it than the foes in front of it. For American soldiers have usually been very successful in meeting open opponents, steel to steel and gun to gun, though their officers have sometimes suffered woefully from cowardly assassins of their characters who have assailed them in the rear, and who even in the halls of Congress have cried out with a simplicity that would be ludicrous were it not horrible, "Great heavens! Our cruel soldiers are defending their lives and killing somebody." But the American nation, despite their puny protests, still marches ever on, as it did in 1846 in the days of Winfield Scott, Zachary Taylor, and the Mexican War. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 6, The Goliad House. During this, Miss Godfrey's eyes have rested much oftener upon the face of the Texan sitting next her than upon the military panorama that has passed before her. As regiment after regiment has passed him, and battery after battery of light artillery has rumbled on,
She has seen a flush of shame mingled with the light of battle coming into the clean-cut Roman features beside her. She has observed that his clenched hands indicate some absorbing emotion, and that his thin lips, which utter no words, grow thinner in compression. A sinking dread comes into the girl's heart as she notices the berserker spirit rising in the only man to whom she can turn for protection in her extremity. For as she has ridden through the narrow byways of the sutler's town, she has seen sights that make her frightened to be left alone in it. Deeply rouged Mexican pobretas, sitting in the easy dishabille of the tropics in front of their houses, smoking their cigarettes and waving their fans at passers-by. Low bar-rooms, out of which have strolled the scum of the army following, gamblers, three-card Monte men, and sharpers. In addition, several painted Anglo-Saxon courtesans have made her shudder. Finally, as the tramp of the departing column dies away, as the last glimmer of arms is lost in the surrounding forest, a mighty emotion seems to shake this man, and Estrella knows that he, for the moment, has forgotten her in the excitement of coming battle. For Sharp Hampton half rises in the ambulance, his face red as blood with shame, the veins in his forehead swollen almost to bursting, and mutters in a based voice, "By the God of my fathers, not one Texan in the whole derned outfit." Then, speaking to himself, he breaks out rapidly, "I must go on to San Antonio at once. The boys must be here before the first battle, or it would disgrace our state forever." "Oh, don't let me detain you," says the girl proudly, though her heart is heavy. Apparently awakening from a dream, the light of battle leaves his eyes, which grow tender. To her he replies, "You won't detain me from my duty." "And why not?" "Because my duty is like that of any other soldier, to see that everything is all right in the rear before he charges to the front." With this, Hampton looks eagerly over the parade ground, which is now a scene of busy activity. The general has gone back to staff business in his log cabin headquarters. Another column leaves the next morning. Preparations are now being hastily made for this. Commissary officers are busy with equipment and ordnance stores. Aides de camp are riding about and giving orders. But the Rangers' eyes are not upon this military bustle. After a hasty glance over the heterogeneous mob which crowd along the lines of the parade ground, he scans intently the log cabins of the officers' quarters, and seeing no lady's face except the anxious one that is beside him, he mutters, There doesn't seem to be a single officer's wife about." Then continues rapidly to Miss Godfrey, "You're perfectly safe here. Remain still while I go to headquarters. The general will probably have something to say to me about bringing on the Texan troops. While there, I'll see what can be done for your accommodation and your return to Galveston." As he springs out of the ambulance, his eye catches a group of their fellow passengers of the city of Mobile, and he says sharply to Zelma, "Girl, take good care of your mistress, and don't dare to leave her side." Noting his tone, Estrella asks anxiously of her attendant, "Selma, what is the reason Captain Hampton is so displeased with you?" I don't know, madam," stammers the young woman, though her eyes are turned from those of her mistress. "You're quite certain?" says Miss Godfrey. Despite herself, her voice is rather cold as she steps from the wagon and directs her maid, "Please jump out, Selma, and brush some of this frightful dust from me." In the ambulance, Miss Godfrey had been scarcely noticed, but as she steps upon the parade ground, the only lady on it, her graceful figure and stylish costume produce a quick sensation, even among the older faces about Taylor's headquarters. Among the younger officers, 100 bright eyes are placed directly upon her, and 100 mustachios are suddenly curled to make their effect upon beauty. With this, a dashing lieutenant in dragoon uniform rapidly wheels his horse, gallops to her, and, doffing his fatigue cap, says, "Is it possible? Can it be?" And she replies, "It is," adding, perhaps with a tinge of coquetry in her tone, "I'm glad to see that I haven't changed so much since Saratoga that you've forgotten me, Mr. Pelham." The young man, bending over his saddle bow, whispers, "Forget you? Never." Then he breaks out, "Why in God's name have you come to this place now? Every lady by order was sent north a week ago on the Paducah," and springs off his charger to hold consultation with this beautiful derelict from civilization in the camp of an army that is now practically in active campaign. As he walks by her side, Miss Godfrey gives the young man an epitome of the circumstances that have brought her to Corpus Christi, closing it by murmuring rather roguishly, "I am very sorry you think it unfortunate." "Unfortunate? At any other time I should say it was more than good luck," answers Pelham enthusiastically, his eyes lingering on the beauties of the girl that he thought enchanting in Saratoga, but which have been made overpowering by the development of the last 2 years. "Only a week ago I could have done so much for you here," he says earnestly, but disconcertedly. "My mother, who had come down to see me, only left on the Paducah. You wouldn't have made this mistake if you had," he looks at her earnestly, ever cared to write to me. But now I don't know what I'm going to do for you. My squadron, May's Dragoons, are here acting as provost guard and in general attendance at headquarters. But even we take route tomorrow morning, when the army ceases to patrol that wretched cattle thief, gambler, riffraff shanty town down there. I don't know what will happen in it," remarks the lieutenant, apprehension running over his face as he looks upon the delicate waif from civilization. "You say Captain Sharphampton of the Texas Rangers has you in his charge?" he continues. "From what we've heard of him since we've been in southern Texas, I should think Providence has picked out for you about the best man in these regions to see you very safe." This conference is interrupted by the return of Hampton. The handsome young dragoon strolling by the side of his charge has perhaps quickened the Texan's steps. "Captain Hampton," says Estrella, in answer to his inquiring glance, "let me present Lieutenant Pelham of May's Dragoons." The young men greet each other cordially, Sharp remarking, "From the reputation of your commander, Mr. Pelham, I'm inclined to think your squadrons will be heard from as soon as the campaign begins." To this, after a moment's consideration, he adds, "You've been located here some little time. Will you excuse a few hasty questions?" "I am told that the officers' wives have all been sent from this camp, which will be practically deserted tomorrow. Do you know of any proper place in which I can leave Miss Godfrey until I can make some arrangements for her safe transportation to Matagorda?" At this, the lieutenant, after looking helpless for a moment, says, "I expect the only place you can get lodging for Miss Godfrey, and that's bad enough, is in the Goliad house." He points down the narrow, dirty street leading from the camp towards the Embarcadero. It's a godforsaken hole with a faro bank in one corner of it every night on the lower level, but it's the only place. He has just given this information when an orderly rides up and, saluting, delivers a hurried order. Receiving this, the young officer remarks, his face twitching with disappointment, "I'm ordered to immediately escort a wagon of medical supplies that have been left behind and deliver them to the chief surgeon of Twig's column. I'd hoped, Miss Godfrey, to ride down to the town with you and do my best to make you comfortable. But the order is immediate. Goodbye for the moment. As soon as I've delivered Colonel Twig's quinine and calomel, I'll come to the Goliad house to see you. That's where you're going to take her, Captain Hampton? Yes, replies the Texan. I suppose it's the only thing I can do now. All the officers' ladies have gone north. Then this little note from the Assistant Provost Marshal here, who is your humble servant, to him, Jones, who is proprietor of the house. I think we'll succeed in getting you anything that's in it, remarked the lieutenant. Hastily penciling a few lines in his memorandum book, he tears the page out and hands it to Hampton. Thank you, I'll deliver it, remarks the Texan, as he turns to the wagon. Goodbye, Miss Godfrey, whispers Pelham, more in his voice than in his words. I'll be back and see you this evening, certainly. He squeezes the little fingers held out for his salute, springs on his horse, and gallops away. As the dragoon has been bidding the young lady goodbye, the ranger's been giving some orders to their Negro driver, and the minute Estrella and her maid are seated in the carriage, he rides with them into the town. During this he is speaking rapidly. At headquarters I received a note that had been sent me there from the city of Mobile. McGowan is very much concerned that his vessel was ordered down to Point Isabella immediately, so that he could not offer you the hospitality of his ship. The extra equipment for Hayes's regiment that I bought in New Orleans, he writes me, has been put hastily on shore in a lighter. Landing and storing this will probably delay me here the balance of this day. During it, I'm going to try and find a craft of some kind that will take you up to Matagorda, for you must absolutely leave here by water. What makes you think that's so very important? Asks Estrella. Well, from what I picked up at Taylor's headquarters, that Mexican scoundrel Carabajal has had the impudence to come up here, even during this last day or two, and sound the old general as to whether he would use United States troops to support him in organizing a revolution in the northern Mexican states, replies Hampton earnestly. Of course, it didn't take long for old Rough and Ready to have the Mexican bandit hustled out of this camp. But if Carabajal has been here, it doesn't take two guesses to be very sure that his master, Canales, isn't very far off over that prairie. He points to the west, with a band of rancheros. Now, Taylor having commenced his march, Canales will move north to harass the Texan settlements. It would be but a toss-up as to whether you had better fall into this bandit's clutches or Comanche hands. Therefore, I must make arrangements for you to depart by water. While I do this, I've got to leave you with him Jones of the Goliad house. This note from the lieutenant, I imagine, will fix it all right. But if him Jones is the him Jones I used to know in Goliad, a word from me will make you very safe with him. Him Jones won't hesitate to run a faro bank, but he'll run it square every deal. By this time they have drawn up in front of a clapboard hotel of 2 low stories, whose canvas sign, overtopping its roof, bears the words Goliad House. Its ground floor is devoted to a bar and billiard room, though a flight of rough steps outside the building leads to its second story, which has a balcony in front of it. Just wait in the wagon until I see the proprietor, directs Hampton, springing out. A minute later, he comes back to her, assists her carefully from the wagon, and telling the maid to bring her mistress's belongings with her, leads Miss Godfrey up this rickety stairway to the second story. At the door of this they are welcomed by a hawk-nosed, alligator-jawed man in shirt-sleeves, who, in response to Hampton's remark, "Jones, this is the young lady you are to take mighty good care of in my absence," pulls his forelock, and says, "Captain, she'll be ace high all the time in this house." Then the girl finds herself led through a narrow and uncarpeted hallway and ushered into two back rooms, both having cot beds in them and some cheap pine furniture. "They're not very scrumptious," remarks Mr. Jones, "but there ain't as much noise in 'em as the front domiciles. And in 'em, barring skeeters, you can be as lonely as if you were in the state prison." "That's what I want," says the young lady. "Thank you, Mr. Jones. I shall be very comfortable here." She looks out on the enlivening prospect of Mr. Jones's backyard, where a couple of razorback hogs are rubbing themselves against the poles that support the building, and two or three more are rooting in the swill that has been chucked out of the pleasant kitchen of the Goliad house by a fat Negro woman who acts as its chef de cuisine. Some odor of coming meal catching Hampton's nostrils, he glances at his watch and says, "While I'm away, Him, you see this young lady has dinner." "Yes, sirree, prairie chicken fixins and wild turkey notions," replies Him, eager to offer frontier hospitality. "She'd better have it served in her room. Her maid can bring it up to her," suggests the ranger. "Now, Miss Godfrey, I'll see what I can do to get some kind of a boat to take you up the coast again." With this he leaves the room. Catching a glance of his eye, Him Jones follows him. Out of earshot in the front of the hotel, Hampton says a few hasty words to the innkeeper. "What, that bang-up $2,500 slick as camp meetin' piece of feminine flesh and blood?" mutters Him sternly. "This is a purty good place to run niggers off, and I'll keep an eye on the wench." As the Texan Ranger strides down the street, the hotel keeper emits a contemplative whistle and says to himself, "Great alligators! Who'd have thought that French china doll who wears silk stockings and high-heeled slippers would need a cutting up?" Then even Him Jones's hard features become perturbed as he ejaculates, "Cracky, I wouldn't be in that octoroon's hide if her master Jim Godfrey ever knows of her gallivantin'. He's the tightest man with niggers this side of Louisiany, and that's saying a good deal." With this, the Boniface strolls back into his house, where he lives up to his word, taking up with his own hands the best kind of a frontier dinner of hot corn dodgers, broiled prairie chicken, and roast wild turkey to the young lady in the upper rooms. Miss Godfrey, being nervous, does but scant justice to the meal. Then, the time being heavy on her hands, she strolls to the front of the hotel, gazes out through a few panes of glass inserted in the door that opens on the veranda, and finds herself surrounded by the semi-frontier, semi-Mexican demoralization that has gathered about an army in winter quarters. Across the street from her is the big dance hall bearing the sign Bella Union. Upon its front door is placarded Un Fandango Grande, and beneath this, Last Big Dance for Taylor's Boys. Mexican orchestra and lots of hurdy-gurdy girls. Carmelita will dance. Come one, come all. Admission free. On either flank of this building are ordinary saloons. In front of one, out on the muddy sidewalk, sit a few of the diamond-pinned gentry of her voyage. Mr. Yazoo Sam in white flannel suit and Panama hat quite conspicuous among them, his feet cocked up on a live oak tree. On the same side as Miss Godfrey's hotel are two or three more drinking shops, a general merchandise store, and a shooting gallery, from which the occasional crack of a rifle indicates some army teamsters are trying to win the pipes and cigars that are offered for prizes. According to Spanish custom, most of the ladies of the town are enjoying a siesta, and the day being hot, but few men tramp its streets, though there are plenty busy handling freight down at the Embarcadero, from which now and then an army wagon rolls past her, its teamster cracking his whip and cursing his mules as they go through the adobe mud. The aspect of the place is depressing to the young lady. She shudders slightly. It seems as if she were in a new and uncouth world. Her dejection increases when Hampton returns and brings a shock with him. He says glumly, "I have been down to the office of Martin Best & Co. and had that clerk running around all over the harbor to see if he could find transportation for you to Matagorda. There ain't so much as a skiff that could be got, let alone a sloop or a schooner, which is the smallest thing that dare go out on the open ocean. Now it's getting the season for northers." "Then what am I to do?" asked the girl, half of herself, half of him. "What am I to do? I know your duty compels you to leave here tomorrow at the latest to bring down Hayes's regiment. I cannot ask you to sacrifice your duty as a soldier for me." Then she shudders. "God help me, alone in this terrible place." After a second she adds, "Mr. Pelham would do everything in his power for me, but is compelled by his duty to leave here tomorrow." "And another would do everything for you," remarks Hampton. "Another, Miss Godfrey. Don't forget me. Let me think over the thing." As he looks upon this girl, made even more beautiful by the anxiety in her eyes, something comes into the frontiersman's mind that tells him what he decides within the next few moments will be vital to his life. He says slowly, "Let me consider this when I am away from you. Your trouble keeps me from judging just straight." Pacing the little veranda, a curious look is in his cold blue eyes. They flicker and grow dim. For the first time in his life, Sharp Hampton is really frightened. With himself he communes. "Best keep away from her. I know when I'm licked. A few days more under the glances of her sweet eyes, and I'll go into my next fight scared that I'll die before I've won something. I've got to win before I go under. And yet it's despair anyway. A rough, hard-fighting frontiersman must look like a galoot to a girl who's been brought up as finicky as she. But I couldn't look man nor woman in the face if I deserted her here, helpless and alone, even under the plea of military necessity." Then the spirit that had changed defeat into victory in so many desperate contests surges up in him. He says recklessly to himself, "Down at Meyer, I drew a white bean. By the soul of old Ben Milam, I'll see if her pretty fingers will give me a black one, even if handsome West Point dragoons hustle with me for her favor." He quietly steps back to the young lady, whose eyes are distraught with anxiety and her hands twitching nervously. In his soul, one great question: will she do it? The two stand facing each other, a problem in each of their minds. The bronzed features of the Texan grow slightly pale. His hands almost tremble a little. He says slowly, "Miss Godfrey, I've got to get to my regiment up at San Antonio. Your father's hacienda isn't much of a ride out of my way. If you'll trust yourself with me alone on the prairies for days and nights, dodging bandits and eluding Indians, I'll put you safely in your dad's arms if the thing is to be done." "Trust you? I know you'll get me there," cries the girl impulsively. "Thank heavens, everything's fixed all right." In proof of this, she extends eagerly her delicate patrician hand. "Then you're not frightened of me?" he mutters. His face glows red, and her slight fingers are seized in a grip of steel, yet held most tenderly and respectfully. Estrella looks at him earnestly for a moment. The color that is in his face seems to call the blushes to her cheeks also. The eyes of the young captain of Rangers have something more in them than the request of confidence. She says falteringly, "No, not frightened, but her glances that have been full upon him seek the floor.
She is frightened of something. Intangible but vivid. It makes her heart beat very fast. She hastily withdraws her fingers from the electric clasp of the bowie knife-scarred hand. "Now, I've got a good many arrangements to make to get you off tomorrow morning," remarks the captain, and turns toward the door almost as if to fly. "What are you going to do?" asks the girl. "First, I'm going to store your trunks in Martin Best & Co.'s with directions that they be forwarded as soon as possible to Matagorda. From there, they can go up by wagon to meet you at your ranch house. To get through with me, you've got to travel flying light on horseback." "Oh, I can ride. I've a riding habit," cries Estrella confidently. "Not one of those civilized things?" asks the ranger glumly. "Like the girls use on the Shell Road and round the Lake Drive in New Orleans?" "The same, if they're in the very latest fashion," answers Miss Godfrey airily. "Fashion? You won't ride fashionable. You've got to wear something that you can walk in, run in, and ride boy fashion in. That gimcrack riding habit of yours would be torn half off you in the first mesquite thicket that your mustang pranced through. Besides, part of a journey may have to be made on foot. You don't know what's ahead of you." "I don't care what's ahead of me as long as it takes me to my father." "I don't believe you do," answers Hampton, noting the buoyant yet determined brilliancy of her eyes. "So I'll get the right kind of rigging for you." Leaving her astonished, he strides off to the general merchandise store, but on the way there he pauses abruptly and communes with himself in dismayed tones. "Thunder! I see the giraffe ahead of me." End of Book 2, Chapter 6, recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 7, The Dancing Girl of Matamoras. The embarrassment brought about by this compact is perhaps greater in the lady than the gentleman. Miss Godfrey is blushing vividly as she calls her maid into her from the next room and hastily tells her of the arrangement, directing her to make every preparation for them to leave in the morning. Selma's reply to this is disheartening. She says doggedly, "Then I fear you'll have to leave me here, my mistress. I cannot ride." "What? And be all alone in the wilderness, with no one with us?" breaks out Estrella, growing red to the roots of her hair. "Your not riding is all nonsense. My mother told me as a pickaninny you used to straddle an old mule in Louisiana. It seems to me you want to be left behind." She looks at her maid astoundedly. This colloquy is interrupted by the return of Hampton. In his hand are two buckskin frocks that have apparently been made for Indian or backwoods maidens. One of these, though it is of the finest fawn skin and decked with some rather gaudy beads, brings consternation to Miss Godfrey. The other, or heavier pelt, is somewhat coarser in its making. "I brought these for you to wear on the journey," remarks the frontiersman briefly. "Oh, good heavens! They've got leggings!" gasps Estrella. For those were the days before modern bicycle exercise had inured young ladies to generous athletic personal display. "Yes, and you'll have to wear 'em, too," half laughs the Texan. "You'll look very well in the wild Injun act, though I reckon these moccasins will be rather large for your feet. Have your girl make the duds over to fit you this afternoon. This other frock is for her." He places on the table a somewhat plainer buckskin tunic. But Zelma says she cannot ride," rejoins Miss Godfrey, inspecting the costume diffidently. "She'll have to," answers the Texan. "Straddle fashion. It won't be so difficult." "Straddle fashion? I'm to ride that way, too?" stammers Estrella. "Certainly, when there isn't a lady's saddle within 200 miles of us."
Besides, I don't think any bronco can be broken in a few hours to carry you lopsided. I'm going to make everything as comfortable and convenient as possible for you, but there are certain things beyond me, and this is one of them. Do you stand by your platform? Will you go? Of course I will. I'll ride in any fashion to see my father. Then give your directions to your girl, directs the Texan. After that, I'll take you down to Martin Best & Co., where you can rummage through your trunks and get what is absolutely indispensable in the way of clothing and feminine knickknacks. I've even decided to risk a pack mule, though we oughtn't to take it with us. Certainly, I'll do anything you say, answers Miss Godfrey, and she takes Zelma into the other room with her. After a few minutes' dressmaking consultation, she returns to the gentleman who is impatiently pacing the veranda. I've put Zelma to work on the garments, she says, as Hampton leads her down to the ambulance that is in front of the Goliad house waiting for her. A short drive through streets in which Texas mud is changing under the hot sun to Texas dust, and they're at the shipping office once more. Leaving Estrella in charge of the clerk, the captain of the Rangers goes down to the embarcadero to look after the unloading of the equipment for the Texas regiment and its storage with the government quartermaster. Returning from this in about an hour, he is pleased to find that his pupil in frontier travel has exercised considerable self-denial as well as discretion in the selection of her wardrobe, and has a very small bundle made up. Only one dress, she laughs. That's not very much for a lady who yesterday thought a good deal about her personal appearance. These trunks will be forwarded on the first vessel that goes up the coast, remarks the Ranger. You'll get 'em finally at Live Oaks by wagon train from Matamoras. We will put your immediate necessities in the ambulance and tote them up to the hotel. With her bundle in his hand, he leads the young lady out, after repeating his instructions to the clerk. Apparently he's been making some other purchases for her. The ambulance takes them to a corral on the outskirts of the place, near the shore of the bay. This is occupied by a bronco dealer. A band of some 20 or 30 mustangs, most of them half wild, are running about it. A clean-limbed, black, graceful-looking mare, already saddled and bridled, is brought up to Estrella by a Negro boy. I selected this one for you to ride tomorrow, remarks Hampton. Now I'll teach her not to be skittish with the lady skirts hanging over her flanks. When she's learned to stand this, she'll probably be easy enough. Tying a big flopping Mexican blanket about his waist, he springs on the mustang mare, and Miss Godfrey sees an exhibition of horsemanship such as she had never seen before. Real rough and tumble article of the plains and prairies. On feeling the unusual accoutrement, the mare utters a shrill, piercing, neighing yell, and rears up as if she would fall over backwards, then goes bucking all over the corral until, as if despairing of getting rid of these whisking, clinging things that swishing about either flank drive her mad with fear, the frantic creature clears the high stockade with a tremendous bound and dashes madly forth, disappearing in the stunted forest that surrounds the corral. Upon this struggle between man and beast, Miss Godfrey had looked in breathless silence. Now she half screams at the horse dealer. Go after him. He's killed. He's dying in the forest there. Reckon not, remarks the man with a contemplative ejection of tobacco juice from his mouth. The Cap rides like a Comanche Injun. In proof of this, the black mare soon afterwards comes in sight, her ears down. As she lopes demurely back, Hampton says, I reckon she'll be all right tomorrow morning. He springs off and directs the darky boy. Make a girl of yourself with that blanket, Pomp. Mount the filly and ride her a couple of hours more to get her accustomed to this harness.
You don't think she'll do me up, massa? Says the negro, doubtfully. Oh, not a bit. She wasn't vicious. She was only frightened. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust you on her back, he adds to Miss Godfrey. This little Mexican saddle with its tapaderos to save your feet from brambles when you go through timber will be just the thing for you. Oh, how much trouble you're taking for me, says the girl, thanking him also with her eyes. Well, as I'm in command, I've got to see everything straight, and a good horse is most important on the prairie. The speed and bottom of that mare, who I reckon is about as smart a mustang as there is in southern Texas, may mean your life. The manner of this man of combat is quite tender as he continues. I don't want to take you out on the prairie uneducated, so I'll teach you to use a couple of little frontier trinkets I've secured for you. To the young lady's dismay, he produces a pair of quite handsome but very serviceable 5-shooting Colt's pistols. Dragoon ones would be a little too heavy for your small hand, he suggests, and you'll be able to kill mighty dead with these. Kill with these? I am to use them, she falters. If necessary. Now I'll show you how. This place is all right for a little instruction. I could have taken you up to that shooting gallery in town, but the lights there are not the lights of the prairie, and I want you to learn this thing practically out in the open. With this, the captain explains the weapon to her, shows her how to load its chambers, and begins a 2 hours target practice that impresses Estrella, instructing her in the trick of snap shooting. During this, Miss Godfrey, chancing to make a bullseye, becomes elated and gets to laughing over it, crying, "This is fun!" but is rather disconcerted to be told quite sternly, "This is business, and the grimmest business in the world. People who talk about fun with revolvers haven't seen the awful things the weapon can do when properly handled. Look there." A rooster some 20 yards away on a neighboring fence is stretching its neck in full cock-a-doodle. To the crack of the ranger's pistol, the handsome bird, stricken in its triumph, falls dead, with his head half carried off his body. "Now we will go at it seriously again," commands her preceptor, and keeps his pretty pupil pulling trigger till the lengthening shadows of the trees begin to show the approach of evening. "Reckon you'll do for the present," he says. "You've got nerve enough. Only be careful, if you want to make a very sure shot, to hold your breath as you touch the trigger, and never pull until you see something in front of your sights. You can't kill anything by blazing away at the universe." As he assists her into the ambulance to drive back to the hotel, he remarks, "Just as well take these and keep them with you," and puts the pistols into her hands. "Always convenient to have such things ready in this part of the world," he suggests. "Handle them and get acquainted with them. Some day you may find them the best friends you have on this earth. Use them on your enemies, but keep one last shot for yourself. For I say to you, as I do to all women on this frontier, as you love yourself, don't let the Comanches take you alive. That would be my advice to my sister, or my wife, or my mother." As he speaks, the captain's face for a moment frightens his listener. She can see by the light of the setting sun his clean-cut features twitch with an agony of retrospection, and his eyes glint with the same peculiar expression that Miss Godfrey had seen in them when he spoke to the gambler, only more cruelly deadly. Then this fades away into a look of unutterable sadness. You're thinking of something that makes you suffer," whispers Estrella, sympathetically. "Something I mustn't let my mind dwell on," mutters the Texan. With an effort he apparently puts from him some heartbreaking recollection, and goes to chatting with the young lady on her preparations for their journey of the morrow. So they ride up the main street of the town.
Looking at him, she cannot help wondering what can have been the former life of this man into whose hands she is about to place herself so absolutely, so unguardedly. She remembers he has never mentioned his family or his previous experiences, save in the line of a ranger's duty. But gazing at his clean-cut features and his direct, brilliantly frank eyes, and remembering that he always looks everybody very straight in the face except her, as their ambulance stops in front of the Goliad house, Miss Godfrey places her little hand fearlessly in his and steps out quite confident that she has made no mistake in trusting the Texas captain. The frontier town has sprung into greater activity with the approach of evening. The oil lamps in the bar rooms are commencing to twinkle merrily. The big canvas sign over the Bella Union is illuminated by candles stuck behind it. In front of this dance house are gathered quite a crowd of cattlemen, their pockets full of Uncle Sam's money from the sale to the government commissary of beeves looted from Mexican rancheros on the Rio Grande, a sprinkling of gamblers, and a few troopers wearing the American uniform, sutlers' boys, and mule packers. In addition, are the usual Mexican off-scouring of a border town, leperos, poblamos, and the like. From this concourse comes boisterous, uncouth applause, mixed with the sounds of guitar and mandolin, and the merry jingle of tambourine. A bright, flexible, girlish voice is singing with soubrette archness that pretty Mexican melody, Las Niñas de Durango. There is a vivacious abandon and piquancy in the sweet tones that attracts Estrella. She glances across the street, but cannot distinguish the performer. The crowd is so close about her, though a bright swish of brilliant color now and again under the big oil lamp in front of the Bella Union indicates there is dancing as well as singing. Further inspection is interrupted by a wild yell from the outskirts of the crowd. Hoopla! Hi-yi-ki-yi! Hoopla! Why, if it ain't Sharp Hampton, a long, lank, slashing frontiersman dressed in the buckskins and coon cap of the hunter, with a dark mustache and sparkling jet eyes, comes loping across the street and cries again, Cap Hampton! Oh, this will make the greasers feel real good. They've been waiting for you here. Why, this is luck, says her escort, holding out a welcoming hand. Harry Love, Wild Harry. Then, in answer to Miss Godfrey's questioning face, he explains, Harry Love has ridden beside me and pulled trigger with me since we first met on the Meyer expedition. Hi-ki! War we both drewed white beans together and lived on rattlesnake and cactus dressin' while we war gettin' out from the greasers, returns the frontiersman, who apparently is a slapdash, nervous, and at times seems almost a flighty man. Then he chuckles suddenly. But I don't know you're... Why not? Why, you're not smoking tobacco. I've reformed the habit. Oh, Captain, is that the reason you've been chewing straws all day? Laughs the girl. You didn't think smoke was pleasing to me? Oh ho! Guffaws the Texan Ranger, putting his eyes on Miss Godfrey. You've got him in training, have you, Mrs. Hampton? I've heard, Cap, that you've just come down from New Orleans. But great Taylor, I didn't think you'd got anything as purty as that. She must have been raised in Tennessee. That's the only place they hatch such gals. My sakes, if she ain't as bashful as a young lady possum. For at this astounding outburst, Estrella's face has grown rosy as the setting sun. Not Mrs. Hampton, remarks the captain, getting very red himself. You always were half crazy, Harry, anyway. This is Miss Godfrey, Jim Godfrey's daughter, whom I'm going to take up to her father's ranch, Live Oaks, upon the Atascosa Creek. You may have heard of the place. Heard of the place? Hoopla, hi-yi, I war raised thar. At this astonishing statement, Estrella's eyes grow big and she half gasps. You were raised there? From the time I were knee-high, rejoins Love quite earnestly. Then you're the man I want, says Hampton eagerly. You will help me take this young lady there. Not if I can help it, answers Harry, his face growing gloomy. I have no notion of looking on that air ranch again, he mutters doggedly. You see, I haven't put my eyes on the place since I were a boy of 12, the night it were wiped out by the Comanches. Why, I thought it was Mexicans, cries Estrella. Well, it warn't, though the Mexicans was so proud of getting the credit of that air butcherin' they never denied it. But what's the difference whether it war red devils or yaller devils? My poor old mummy and my old man were rubbed out thar, though I escaped somehow, as they were burning the place, and found myself out of my head upon a barebacked mustang way up toward Gonzales when I hit my senses. Love's bright eyes have a look of haunting horror in them, but after a moment he continues more calmly. I guess I'm the only one alive from that air massacre. And so you knew my father, says Miss Godfrey, a tender tone in her voice. Knew him? Does a pup know the boss dorg of the pack? It war only a piece of luck that old Jim Godfrey war out prospectin' and locatin' land when the redskins jumped us, or he'd gone up with his outfit also. The frontiersman looks at the young lady again and goes on. I reckon I likewise know ye if you're little Strella. Don't you remember Wild Harry? The boy as used to catch birds and cottontail rabbits and red squirrels for ye to play with. No, answers Miss Godfrey, looking at him intently and passing her white hand over her brow. Though I'm Strella. No recollection. Reckon you are too young. Why, Lord bless you, I war around when your little sister were run off by the Mexicans or Injuns in 1830 or thereabouts. Ye've heard of her, I calculate. Yes, I've heard of Sybil, murmurs the girl in subdued voice. Then she queries eagerly, You've seen my father since his ranch was destroyed? Nary a time, since that cursed Meyer expedition, where me and the Cap and all of us war nearly rubbed out. I've been most of the time down on the lower Rio Grande picking up cattle and making things even with the yeller bellies, answers Love. I've got Uncle Sammy's gold in my buckskins now for a lot of steers I drove in today. Every head of 'em lifted from our friends the greasers. This last in the righteous tone of duty well performed. Anyway, you've got to go with me as far as Godfrey's rancho, rejoins Hampton earnestly. You've got to do it, Harry. It's a duty you owe to Jim Godfrey's daughter. And I'll do my duty to Jim Godfrey's daughter, not only for her purty face, off which ye can't keep your eyes, Sharphampton, but because her dad war a mighty square man with my dad when I were a little boy, and her mammy, God bless her, were very kind to my poor old mummy. Very well. Meet me here at the Goliad house this evening, whispers the captain, who sees that Estrella is quite moved at encountering one who had known her father and her mother when she was a little child. Right ye are. Count on me until I'm rubbed out. Thank you, Harry, remarks Hampton quietly, and knows if he has secured an erratic, half-crazy man, that he has also obtained a very sure shot and a very true spirit to back him up in his journey across the prairies. This conversation, held in the open street, has been quite private. The music of the guitar and mandolin and the song of the girl opposite have kept observation from them.
But now there seems to be a commotion, almost a struggle in the little crowd. The tambourine girl is crying. I will speak to him, Caspita. Why not? If you're afraid of the Texan captain, my patron, I'm not, even if he has got his war paint on. And the dancing girl in the easy dishabille of Mexico, made more pronounced by the costume of her profession, comes running across the street and holds out a tambourine, crying in fairly good English and almost without accent, "Un peso, senor, for a song and dance." A snowy chemisette drapes the upper portion of her rounded and yet lithely graceful figure, which is that of a young girl, though its scant cut and the careless manner of its fastening permit glimpses of a nymph-like bosom perfect in its development. Her waist is girdled with a bright red sash, from which floats a short nagua of brilliant colours, scarce reaching to the knees, displaying legs graceful as a fawn's and browned by the sun, for they are stockingless, which taper into little blue dancing slippers. Her face is wrapped coquettishly by the rebozo tapado, or floating scarf, with which the Mexican ladies conceal their faces. As Hampton gazes carelessly at her, she says almost droopingly, "Don't you remember the dancing girl to whom 2 years ago in Matamoras you tossed a golden doubloon as she danced on the plaza, turned away and forgot her? Don't you remember? She is drawing away archly the rebozo. Don't you remember?" She tosses off the scarf and exhibits deep brown eyes flashing in coquettish vivacity. As she puts them on Hampton, these become languishing, as if almost beseeching his recognition. "By Jove, Carmelita," says the Texan suddenly. "Ah, you remember me, Dios mio, you remember." Carmelita is happy, and she breaks out into a laughing Spanish song, then suddenly changes it to the sweetest of all Spanish melodies. "Cuando me llaman bonita, el corazón me palpita." And curtsying gracefully before the Texan Ranger, holds out again her tambourine. Into it Hampton, with Ranger prodigality, tosses a gold piece. "Cielo, I've got the mate of it, the one you gave me at Matamoras. I took a few beatings to keep it, but I've got it still." Miss Godfrey is placing another gold piece in the tambourine, but the girl turns from her and says petulantly, "No, not from you." "Why not, little one?" "I only take money from gentlemen. I don't rob ladies. What I get is from the cattle thieves, the Monte men, and the gringo soldier boys. Like to hear their boss tune?" She raises up her voice and begins to sing "Molly is the gal for me," with such enthusiasm and abandon, such winks and grimaces, that a few of Uncle Sam's soldiers, who are lounging about, join in the chorus and go into an impromptu dance in high cavalry boots as the crowd throw money to her. When Estrella again would add her dossier, she declines half angrily. "None from you, none from ladies, only from caballeros," then jeers. "If my patron over there sees me refuse gold, how he is cursing poor Carmelita." Here, noting the expression on Miss Godfrey's face, she breaks out almost savagely, "Don't you dare to pity me, Senorita Hidalga." "And why not?" asks Estrella, looking at the slight, graceful, willowy waif of the frontier before her, whose eyes have in them a kind of pathetic anguish. "Why not? Caramba! Because I'm too proud and too tough. Besides, I don't care for the sympathy of women. The good sisters up in Chihuahua tried to make me a nun, but los hombres por me." Running to Hampton, who is still in consultation with Love, she cries, "Come to the fandango tonight, capitano mio. There you'll see me dance the habanero and the cachuca civilized. wearing silk stockings and dressed Paris fashion. She puts her lips to his ear and whispers, "Come," a pleading intensity in her voice. "Come. She won't miss you for a little time." Before Hampton can reply, the girl is again dancing through the crowd, singing "Molly is the gal for me," with even more roguish abandon than before. At its close, she throws her admirers a mocking kiss or two and cries, "Adios, caballeros. Don't forget Carmelita dances tonight at the Bella Union." She takes one quick glance at Miss Godfrey, who stands the exponent of civilization in light semi-tropical traveling dress, looking daintily nonchalant, despite heat and dust, and snarls, "Diablo! Wouldn't I like to pull you off your high horse, Donna Hidalgo," even as she jingles her tambourine and skips into the dancing hall. There are tears in the eyes of the frontier soubrette. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 2, Chapter 8. To Save Him, I Spare Her. During this, Harry, who has sauntered to the side of Miss Godfrey, is whispering to her effusively and proudly in backwoods candor, "Hi ye! Look at Carmelita try to scalp Hampton. The Cap's always the high hand with the gals. But don't let that worry ye. Didn't I see two of the purtiest poblanas in San Antone slash each other nigh into cat meat with machetes, because the Cap wouldn't look at either of 'em? Bless your sunbonnet, Sharp's as fastidious with womenkind as a coyote is with pizened venison." Apparently this eulogy does not impress Miss Godfrey over favorably. As Carmelita makes her adieu to the crowd, Estrella raises her voice, a slight coldness in it, and addresses the object of Wild Harry's encomiums, saying, "I think I'll go in. Frontier gaiety rather fatigues me, Captain Hampton." So, passing up the rickety stairway, accompanied by the ranger officer, who has called a Negro boy to carry her baggage, she reaches the balcony of the Goliad house. Here Zelma having come at her call, she points to the bundles and hastily directs, "Pack these very carefully for our journey." Then, turning to Hampden, she nonchalantly remarks, "I believe you said 5 o'clock in the morning was the hour of our departure. At that time you will find Zelma and me ready." The fluttering of dainty skirts indicates she has departed. To this cool adieu, Hampden takes off his hat politely, and minus the young lady's presence, remarks ruefully to himself, "Well, I'm hanged. I've seen northers blow up mighty sudden, but women are quicker." He comes down the steps rather moodily to be joined by Wild Harry, who whispers in an impressive tone, "Mighty fine gal, that, sah. Would be fine even in Tennessee." Then goes on buoyantly, "I've been saying a good word for you, Cap." Getting no answer to this, he chuckles. "Snakes and gators. How that dancing gal does hate Jim Godfrey's Lily Darter." "Why the devil should Carmelita hate Miss Godfrey?" asks Hampton savagely. "You," is the curt but suggestive rejoinder. "Ever since down in Matamoras ye saved Carmelita a licking from her patron. She's grown as slick to ye as catamounts are to catnip." "Nonsense. You're crazy, Wild Harry." "Not much. Folks think I'm out of my cabeza, but I ain't. I'm only cute, real cute. Cute as a coyote, that's all. T'other one's kinder taken with yer, too." remarks the frontier philosopher, and goes off, leaving Hampton gazing after him, his eyes sparkling at his last suggestion. But the glance of the ranger captain grows colder as somewhat later in the evening he sees loping down the street on a dusty and hard-ridden charger handsome young Pelham of May's Dragoons, who checks his horse suddenly in front of the Goliad house, throws his reins to the orderly that is following him, and with clanking sabre and jingling spurs springs up the rickety stairs of the hotel. As the dragoon is admitted by Zelma, Hampton mutters, sotto voce, "By the Lord, that's why she choked me off so short. Didn't want my presence to put a damper upon young West Point's honeyed speeches, and grows much more downhearted than he has need to be. For the ranger's backwoods life, away from the artifices, affectations, and emotions that give uncertainty yet charm to the fair sex, has taught him little about the varying moods of maidenhood. Perchance, with greater experience, he would be happier than he is this evening, though he has not heard Wild Harry's panegyric, and does not know how good a word that harum-scarum frontiersman has said for him. Anyhow, no matter how she treats me, she needs me, and I'm her man till I've placed her safe in her father's arms," says this knight of the prairies, quietly to himself, though as he steps down the street to look after his outfit and equipment for the morrow's journey, chancing to light a very fine Havana, he finds it extremely bitter in his mouth. But Providence has other blows for the ranger's heart this evening. The fifes and drums are sounding the distant reveille from Taylor's camp. Its baggage wagons are parked ready for morning departure. Its provost guard is rounding up those absent from the lines without leave, preparatory to early marching on the morrow. The night has fallen on the frontier outpost town, making it even more repulsive to the eyes of the young lady transplanted from the north than it had been in sunshine. Still, Estrella is in passingly good spirits as she paces the little veranda in front of the Goliad house with dashing young Pelham, whose sabre clanks as his footsteps accommodate themselves to her shorter ones. The young officer has chatted long and earnestly with her, telling her of his life on the plains of Nebraska and in the wilderness of Iowa, where he has been scouting during most of the 2 years since he saw her at Saratoga. His eyes have spoken more than his words, indicating that perchance his tongue might say a great deal, did he not deem it wise to chain it upon the commencement of a campaign, which makes it hardly fair to ask a girl to endure the agonies of a soldier's fiancée. But Miss Godfrey knows just as well as she did in Saratoga what this bright-eyed, handsome fellow would say to her. She knows also that she has had his heart while he has been away from her. At least, she thinks she has. This causes her to be tender to him as he asks anxiously, "You are sure Captain Hampton has made every arrangement for your safe journey?" "Certain as that he has the experience to know what I require," replies the young lady. "Why, the ranger has even broken a horse for my special riding with skirts, and has taught me to shoot a pistol so I can hit the bullseye once in a while. He's making a frontier girl of me," she adds laughingly. At this pleasant information, Mr. Pelham looks very grave, but says generously, "Yes, he's doing the right thing by you. He's probably the very best man on the border to make your journey across the prairies safe." Just here, a corporal dashes up and, saluting, cries, "Lieutenant Pelham, the platoon are having a hard time up at the General Jackson saloon." The noise of a scuffle between some drunken soldiers and the troopers of the provost guard, who are trying to round them up at a neighboring grog shop, produces from the girl a slightly frightened exclamation, and from the officer a mental curse.
"You'll excuse me for a moment, Miss Godfrey," says the dragoon. "I've got to look after this, but I'll be back in a minute." The lieutenant springs down the steps, leaving Estrella shuddering at the sights and noises of a frontier town in the full glory of its Pharaoh splendor. The windows of all the gambling saloons are raised, the night being hot. From them the noise of carousing men and the execrations of losing gamesters come, mingled with the laughter of ladies who love every man and the jabber of the mixed population, Mexican, Yankee, Negro, and Mestizo. Opposite the big doors of cheap glass, which make the front of the Bella Union, are thrown wide open. Into it, lured by the music of a Mexican stringed orchestra that is playing a Julienne polka, and the strident voices of its hurdy-gurdy girls, are thronging a motley concourse of civilian camp followers of Taylor's army, leavened by a contingent of Uncle Sam's boys, who have as yet dodged the provost marshal. It is but a short 30 yards across the street. The oil lamps of the dance house are burning very brightly, and the sights within it have a kind of weird, uncanny fascination for this import from civilization. Looking through the wide-open doors over the heads of drinkers and roisterers, Estrella sees Carmelita dancing with the languishing abandon of the Spanish, the soft cachuca, as she snaps the castanets. For a moment, the young American lady forgets all else except the vivacious charm of the danseuse. For bizarre effect, though it is a Spanish dance, Carmelita is robed not after the manner of Castile, but after the style of Paris. Her brocade frock, silken stockings, and red satin bottines seem to add to her diablerie. To Miss Godfrey, the very beauty of the girl makes her reckless abandon sadly repulsive. She shudders and turns from the sight, then screams and gazes horrified. There are quick flashes of pistols in the dancing hall, and over their reports the screams of women. People are flying from the open doors of the Bella Union, and a man falls wounded in the street below her. As this happens, she is suddenly dragged into the house by an athletic arm, the closing door muffling the sounds of a cavalry platoon dashing down the street, and Pelham's voice shouting hasty orders to his men as they enter the dancing saloon and round up Uncle Sam's deserters and put order in the place. Never look at a fight that you haven't any business with, Miss Godfrey, suggests Hampton. The crash of a window stricken by a bullet emphasizes his remark. As he leads her back into her room, he says, "While the scrimmage is going on in the street, I'll show you and your maid how to do up the bundles convenient for the pack saddle." "Oh, thank you," replies Estrella effusively. "I'm afraid our effort has not been altogether successful." As Hampton aids the young lady in her arrangements, they are interrupted by Him Jones, who, after rapping on the door, comes in and says, "That provost marshal lieutenant is out on the veranda. He asked me to tell you that he doesn't like to leave his men. Miss Godfrey, he'd be almighty obliged if you'd just step out and say good-bye to him before he rides off to the Rio Grande." "Of course I will," cries Estrella, and passes hastily from the room, leaving the ranger still engaged with her luggage. As she steps out on the veranda, the town has grown normal once more, judging by the twanging of the mandolins and guitars that greet her from the Bella Union dance house. Leaving his orderly waiting for him with his charger, the young officer runs up the steps very eagerly to the side of the young lady. "I hope this wretched trouble in the dance house doesn't alarm you, Miss Godfrey," he says deprecatingly. "It won't occur again, as we've gathered in about every man without leave in the town," adding severely, "I rather imagine there'll be some bucking and gagging up at the guardhouse for this, but I'm awfully sorry for the row." "And why?" This is a very rash question from the young lady. Because it will shorten the time I had to say goodbye to you, answers the lieutenant, his voice growing so tender that it startles his listener. I am compelled to report this affair at headquarters. Some drunken troopers have seriously injured 2 or 3 teamsters, so as I've only a minute with you, I'm going to make the best of it. They are standing well in the shadow of the building, the sign of the Army of the Rio Grande saloon, projecting partly over this balcony from the next building, shields them from the observation of the street. Miss Godfrey sees enough in the young fellow's eyes to warn her not to ask how. But not waiting for the question, Charlie proceeds to answer it with West Point strategy. He whispers, "It wouldn't be right to tell you how much I feel, now that I'm going certainly to battle, perhaps to death." "Oh, don't say that," cries the girl, drawn by his artful touch into tender voice. "Thank you for that tone," answers the young man in enthusiastic ardor. "You're kinder to me now than you were at Saratoga. Then you pleaded the child. Now that you are a woman, you remember I told you I would bring back your souvenir." He pulls from his breast the piece of the American flag. "I've carried it here in Indian skirmishes, up on the Missouri, and it has been my fetish. I'll wear it on my heart down on the Rio Grande, and if I come back, I'll see if you won't give me for it what I want most in all this world." Few young girls are wholly adamant to such a speech when uttered by a long mustachioed, shoulder-strapped fellow of gallant bearing and flashing eyes, especially when he's going to battle, and perchance to cruel death. Under the softness of the Texan night, the strains of the mandolins and guitars playing soft Spanish melody from the Bella Union, with only 2 friends in this place, so cut off from the world she has just left, Estrella feels the sadness of parting with even one of them, and her beautiful eyes fill with tears. Gazing upon her delicate loveliness, the exquisite refinement of this fair exile from civilization, made more striking by the strange setting of this shanty frontier town, the young officer grows more ardent. He whispers, his heart in his voice, "Say to me, come back." Receiving no answer, he pleads again, "Say to me, come back from battle." "Oh, don't talk of that." "Of course, I hope you'll come back," falters the young lady, her eyes full of troubled sympathy, for in imagination she sees the stricken field, and this handsome fellow lying dead upon it. "God bless you for the words. God bless you, and goodbye." The dragoon's tone and manner are so impulsively possessive, she bashfully droops her head and lowers her eyes. As she does so, her forehead is touched by 2 eager burning lips and brushed by a long mustache. Before she can either protest or dissent, a swinging clash of the door on the balcony indicates the advent of the Texan captain. Through the panes of glass in its upper panel, he has seen what has indicated more than it should. He says quietly, "Miss Godfrey, I have made up your luggage with your maid into bundles suitable for the pack saddle of the mule. I think there is nothing further for me to say to you, except that tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock I shall be here ready to take you on your way to your father. Good evening." He raises his hat and, passing quietly down the stairway, stands meditatively in front of the hotel. The next moment he is joined by young Pelham, who has whispered to Estrella, "Remember my souvenir," and come into the street after the Texan. To the ranger the young officer says, "Captain Hampton, you are as capable as any man on this frontier to make Miss Godfrey's journey across the prairies safe. You fortunately are not at present compelled by military duty as I am to turn your face to the Rio Grande." "No, but I will be mighty soon," answers the Texan. "Don't doubt our boys will be with you before the scrimmage takes place." Of that I am certain, answers the dragoon, for we won't get to work immediately. Uncle Sam's boys are to wait until they've been assaulted. Those are the orders, I know, from Washington. In fact, every officer of the Army has been cautioned not to strike first. Therefore, someone has to take the blow. Some poor devil, not daring to order his troopers to draw sabers or open fire, will have his command destroyed and perhaps suffer court-martial in order to enable our government at Washington to say, "We did not inaugurate hostilities. The Mexicans began the war." Well, we Texans have no orders from Washington. Besides, I don't think you could prevent our boys from shooting greasers at sight. We've got so in the habit of it, rejoins Hampton grimly, as the dragoon swings himself into his saddle. But here the light dies away in the Texan's eyes. Turning in his stirrups, Pelham seizes the ranger's hand, wrings it, and whispers, "Hampton, you're going to take the treasure of my life in your keeping for delivery to her father. God forever bless you for your kindness to her." As the captain starts back, as if the lieutenant had struck him, Charlie Pelham claps his spurs into his steed and dashes up the street, leaving a very heavy heart behind him. For Sharp is extremely simple in matters of love, and doesn't reckon upon a young man's enthusiastic speech. It doesn't reason that though Estrella may be very precious to Pelham, Pelham may not be so extremely precious to her. Therefore the captain of Rangers goes on his way very moodily this evening, and as he makes arrangements for the coming journey, mutters mentally once or twice, "I knew it. Anybody could have told that up at Taylor's camp. However, she needs me, and when she gets through needing me, I'll go out and thank God for a bloody war." Of this colloquy, Miss Godfrey, leaning listlessly over the balcony, has heard enough to make her furious with the fiery Pelham, as blushingly she has fled towards her rooms, and sank in bashful and perturbed dismay upon a chair. She marvels at the consternation that is in her as she reflects, if Hampton saw that unexpected salute, what will he think? And now the crazy words of that impetuous boy will make him suspect more. Her confusion is such that she scarce notices Zelma, who in a half-hearted way has been sewing upon the Indian tunics for their journey on the morrow. But her reverie is broken in upon by her maid, standing frightenedly before her, and pleading, "For the love of mercy, don't tell your father." Startled, Estrella looks up and asks, "Tell my father what?" "That I was going to run away from you with Mr. Yazoo Sam," falters the girl in an agitated voice. "Ever since Mr. Him Jones told me I was not to leave this room, I knew you had discovered my foolishness. And so your idiotic notion for this gambler made Captain Hampton risk his life on the steamboat to prevent Mr. Yazoo Sam decoying you from me," cries Miss Godfrey, astonished at the anger that rises up in her against her bondmaid. But her indignation is checked by the appearance of the culprit. Were it not for her handsomely developed figure and the passion that now and again lights her eyes, though her cheeks are very pale, the young woman in her short-skirted soubrette frock might be a child shrinking from uplifted rod as she pleads, In pity for me, don't tell your father." "Of course I shall have no secrets from my father. Why should I not tell him?" answers her mistress impulsively. "'Cause everyone here says he is the most cruel master with his servants in all Texas," stammers the octoroon in broken voice, with lips from which fear has driven even the rich blood of the Creole. "Nonsense! He is goodness itself," cries Estrella indignantly. "Those are some lies that frightful Yazoo Sam told you to induce you to run away with him.
To this she adds, "Why, for heaven's sake, if you wish to leave me, did you not go, Zelma, when I gave you your opportunity in New York? Then I could have engaged some woman who would not have wanted to desert me here in this wilderness." "I did not want to leave you then, madam," says the octoroon droopingly and tearfully. "Believe me, it was only after I saw Mr. Sam. I had never been made love to before by a handsome white gentleman, and he had very tender ways." Though as she mentions the gambler, the red blood of passion is surging in her cheeks. Crushed by her helpless situation, she pleads brokenly, Don't tell your father." Before Miss Godfrey can answer, Mr. Jones comes upstairs, and with frontier hospitality offers supper. "Thank you, nothing to eat this evening," Estrella says rather sadly, "but tomorrow morning, please, at 4:30. "You'll have a real cute southwestern breakfast if old Sally, my cook, sits up all night to get it," remarks the border landlord. Then, noting the drooping appearance of Miss Godfrey's culprit maid, he beckons the mistress out in the hall and whispers impressively, "Ye've diskivered her didos, but just a light brushing with a hickory, and for God's sake, don't say nothing about your wenches wanting to run away to your dad. Jim Godfrey's the toughest man with niggers west of the Sabine," and so goes solemnly away, leaving Estrella shocked and stunned. "I can't believe what you say about my father. You don't know him as well as I," she cries after Jones in wounded indignation. But after a moment coming into the room, this young lady, who has gradually discovered that companionship between her and Zelma is a practical impossibility where slavery exists, says, "I appreciate your devotion that brought you with me to this place. I shall always protect you, Zelma, though I cannot believe my father is the severe man people here seem to think him. I shall say nothing to him. The episode is forgotten." "Thank you, murmurs her maid gratefully, and kisses her hand. "Anyway," continues Miss Godfrey, "if Papa is such an ogre, I should be as frightened of him as you. As his daughter, I owe him obedience, and I'm going to give him it from my very soul. My dear father." Tears of anticipation, hope, and love well up in her beautiful eyes. "Now," she adds in attempted lightness, "let us get our garments ready for tomorrow. Perhaps we'll have an interesting day upon the prairies." Even at this moment, looking out through a broken window from the upper story of one of the saloons opposite, the dancing girl is dejectedly disarraying herself of some cheap, though gaudy finery used during her performance in the evening, and muttering mentally, "He never came to see me dance. Others applauded, but his hands were not there." Beside her sits her patron, languidly smoking a cigarette. He is a fierce but cunning-eyed Mexican, dressed as an extreme dandy of the northern provinces. By his side lies a black manga, but at present a cambric shirt, snowy and fastened with jeweled studs, covers the upper portion of his lithe, snake-like person. His slim waist is belted by a broad red sash, in which is stuck a nasty-looking stiletto and a pair of horse pistols. His legs are cased in silver-mounted calzoneros of corduroy velveteen that are tight as his yellow skin as far as the knee, but from there are open, coming down bell fashion over his feet and permitting white drawers to show along the open seams. To his high, untanned leather boots are strapped heavy, long-roweled spurs. A broad-brimmed gray sombrero, trimmed with a 2-inch band of gold bullion, lies ready to his hand.
This caballero is handling his cigarette with one brown hand and is counting with the avaricious and nervous fingers of the other the money from the dancing girl's tambourine. This being finished, as he pockets the silver coins, he looks toward the Goliad house and remarks, half to himself, "Over there is Don Jaime Godfrey's daughter, the greatest Rica in all of Texas. Tomorrow morning she goes across the prairie, doubtless with little escort." "Bueno, you have some fine idea, judging by your face," whispers the dancing girl. "About her?" "An idea that will make us rich. The Yankee army marches south. She goes towards the north. Canale's troop of voluntarios rancheros isn't half a night's ride towards the west. What kind of a ransom would not Don Jaime pay for his daughter?" "Ah, you mean to seize Donna High Horse," whispers the girl, clapping her hands excitedly. "Bravo! She who offered me money in his presence. She whom he looked at and scarce had eyes for me." "Diablo!" snarls the man. "You mean the accursed Texas Ranger captain, of whom you always think, and whom you always fear," breaks in the girl. "Whom you, Senor Bandit, and Senor White Liver, and Senor Bully, dare not face, lest he will recognize you as the bandit who loves flowers, yet steals cattle and murders the helpless along the Texas frontier." A smile ripples her vivacious features, and she cries, "Madre mia! How I laugh when I think how he pulled the cuerta from your hand and thrashed you with it in the plaza at Matamoras, the night you were going to beat me. That's 2 years since. You beat me no more. My little stiletto the last time was so nearly fatal, mi amigo." Then the mocking jeer in her voice changes to an eager intensity. "But you want me to do something that will injure her? I am at your service." "I wish you to find out who rides with Senorita Godfrey tomorrow morning." "Santos, I'll do it," answers Carmelita. "But have a care. You do your part. Play double with me, and I shall whisper you are an espia for Carabijol and Canales upon the Yankee soldiers. Then how long do you think you'll live, my poor Florito? Cielo, your face is as white as your liver now." As the man shudders from her, she says gaily, "I'll go over and sing a serenade to Senorita Yankee and find out who takes care of her on the prairie." Picking up her guitar, she runs down the stairs, trips across the street, dashes into the Goliad house, gives a dainty feminine rap on Miss Godfrey's door, and sings in her sweetest voice a charming little Spanish melody. As the portal is opened, she cries to Estrella, "By your eyes! I knew you liked music as I sang today. Have another song from Carmelita before you sleep. Ah, you have a guitar, too. You sing like me. Your eyes seem to pity me today." She is about to spring into the room, but the young lady from the north looks coldly upon this pretty but outer creature in the gaudy finery of a frontier soubrette. Actuated partly by Anglo-Saxon indifference, and partly by what she has heard of this girl's passion for Captain Hampden, she is about to say, "Excuse me, this evening I'm tired," when Carmelita, catching the denial of her eye, cries suddenly, "No music? Like to hear the story of a waif of the border who never knew a mother's kiss, who never knew a father's arms?" "Come in," says Miss Godfrey impulsively. "Come in." Then she whispers sadly, "I had a sister, who, were she alive, might say the same as you. Come in, pretty one." "Ah, you're opening your arms for me. You don't think I'm a little snake? That's right. Trust Carmelita." And dancing into the room, the delicate and agile creature almost nestles in Miss Godfrey's lap, and artfully tells her a very sad story of how she had no recollection of parents, but had been taken by the good sisters of Chihuahua, who wanted to make her a nun, but that feeling too gay for a convent, she had run away, and under the patronage of Florito, had become the most celebrated dancing girl of the north of Mexico. Dios! You should see me at fairs in the plazas of Monterey and Matamoras. The men loved me," she says archly. "The women?" She shrugs her shoulders. "Not so much. But you—" and she gets prattling with Miss Godfrey till she learns the details of Estrella's journey, and now doesn't dare to refuse that young lady's gold. But coming from this interview, as soon as Carmelita is out of observation of the Goliad house, she dashes Uncle Sam's good double eagle into the mud, stamps upon it viciously with both little feet, and says, "Not from her, not from her," then pauses and half reels and sighs brokenly. "My God, he protects her across the prairies." So coming in before her patron, who is eagerly awaiting her report, she remarks, "There is no good in trying to attack this American young lady. My poor Florito. She has a whole company of dragoons to accompany her to San Antonio de Bexar." For a moment the Mexican looks disappointed and dismayed. Then he bursts out at her. You miserable little liar. She has nothing of the kind. All of the Yankee soldiers march south tomorrow. Tell me the truth." "Diablo, I have, straight as if I'd sworn it on the Virgin," she answers resolutely. "You traitor!" He raises threatening hand. "Caramba!" whispers the girl. "Why should I not tell you the truth when I hate her because he loves her?" "Under those circumstances I expect you have," mutters Florito. "But if not—" He goes away, a very nasty threatening in his sneaky eyes. Looking after him, the dancing girl cries to herself, "Santos, how I hate her! But I love him. I have lied to protect him from those murderous lancers of canales. To save him I spare her. But Santa Maria, she shall not have mi caballero. I have loved him ever since he saved me from Florito's cruel hand, and loved no one else. And yet, Dios de mi alma, under her very eyes, he tossed his doubloon to me as if I were a beggar. And this girl, who had been roguishness and abandon and gaiety itself before the guffawing crowd of the frontier street, throws herself down upon a dirty couch of sheepskin, and sobs and sighs as if her sprightly soul would leave her beautiful body. End of Chapter 8. Recording by John Brandon. Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 3, Frontier Chivalry. Chapter 9, The Passions of the Prairie. The fifes and drums are sounding the reveille, and the bugles, boots and saddles from Taylor's camp, as Hampton pauses with his outfit in the rear of the Goliad house, thinking it wisest that his exodus with his fair charge should be unnoticed. His caballada consists of a mule and 4 mustangs, including the black mare selected from Miss Godfrey. These are all caparisoned in Mexican style, though the trappings on Estrella's steed are of somewhat lighter material and more ornamental workmanship than the others. To each saddle is attached that useful article for prairie travel, the lasso. The pack mule, which is the regulation Mexican article as regards temper, stubbornness, and intelligence, bears also the regulation Mexican pack saddle, and is haltered so as to be led by Mr. Love. Both frontiersmen are in full array of the backwoods, sombreros, and buckskin suits, each of their belts holding a brace of heavy revolvers and a long buckhorn-handled bowie knife. Hampton, in addition, has 2 big dragoon six-shooters in his holster, but to leave his arm free for the assistance and guidance of Miss Godfrey, has his rifle slung cavalry fashion over his back. Wild Harry carries his long Kentucky weapon, Western style, across the pommel of his saddle. As Miss Godfrey has promised, she doesn't keep them waiting. Him Jones immediately makes his appearance from the back door of the Goliad house, carrying the young lady's bundles, which he proceeds to adjust onto the pack saddle of the mule, the animal, as usual, flinging his heels about and cutting up in true burro fashion. As this is being done, 2 putative Indian girls make their appearance and come timidly out of the hotel. They are Miss Godfrey and her attendant, Zelma. "Gee hush, Nebuchadnezzar," remarks Mr. Love under his voice, and immediately slings Estrella's maid with free and easy hand upon her saddle and arranges it for her, while Hampton, with somewhat more ceremony, assists Miss Godfrey to mount man fashion to the dainty black mare he has selected for her. On it, Estrella makes a very pretty Indian picture. The soft fawn skin of her tunic, which reaches somewhat below the knees, outlines her rounded graces of bust and shoulders. From beneath its skirts are poked out very diffidently tight buckskin leggings, that as they taper into the little beaded Indian moccasins, display beauties hitherto unknown to the ardent frontiersman. "You look quite active and frontier-like," he says reassuringly, as he gazes at the girl, who hangs her head bashfully. "Oh, I feel light as a fawn," remarks the dainty equestrienne, then adds gratefully, "Thank you, the stirrup leathers are just right," and asks, "What do you call my mare?" as she caresses the graceful black head which is turned towards her. "Mulefoot," says the frontiersman. "My, what a funny name. Why do you call her that?" "Because her hooves are formed like a mule's, which makes her more sure-footed for your journey," answers the ranger, patting the mare's graceful neck also. Like all true horsemen, he loves the faithful companions of his adventures and his forays. "Pistols all right?" he asks earnestly. "Yes, I think so. I loaded them as you instructed me very carefully," she remarks as Hampton draws the 5 shooters from the cases in which they are lying on the ground and examines them carefully. "But I didn't know exactly how to wear them." "I'll show you." As he places the belt about her, he suddenly pauses and laughs. "I reckon this is all of a foot too big for you." Making the necessary hole in the leather, he buckles it about the young lady's delicate waist, blushing like a boy as he does so. "You've had plenty to eat?" he asks. "Oh, yes. Pork dodgers, chicken fixins, dough doings, and sausages," she replies. "Mr. Jones took very good care of me." Then they ride away, for Harry Love has been equally expeditious, Estrella waving a hand laden with grateful thanks towards him Jones, who, having no hat upon his head, pulls his forelock and says, "Bless your eyes, miss. Tell your dad him Jones has not forgotten him," and getting into his house mutters, "How could I forget Jim Godfrey when he did me in a horse trade?" Hampton and his party don't take the main street of the town, but ride around its outskirts, the ranger not wishing grease her eyes to see he has the embarrassment of women in his convoy. Out of the town they take the well-beaten trail that leads them along the higher lands a little above the shores of the bay westward towards the ferry on the Nueces River. Reaching this in about 3/4 of an hour, they find the ferry has been used in bringing droves of cattle to Taylor's army still in operation. Here, under some oaks and cottonwoods, they line the river banks. They await the return of the boat, which is a big scow, now on the other side of the river. Guided by means of a rope cable stretched across the stream, it is coming back to their side laden with cattle. As they stand watching it, a Mexican lolls on the bank smoking a cigarette and lazily gazes at it also. "You're a-waiting to take the ferry, senor?" says Hampton pleasantly to the man. "No, senor. I am here to help drive that band of steers when it is landed to the commissariat's office of the Yankee Army." The Mexican points to his horse that at some little distance is wandering about, haltered by his lariat, cropping the grass of the prairie, though the grazing is not over good, the ground having been beaten and trampled by the hoofs of the many cattle that have crossed in the last few months to feed Uncle Sam's soldiers. As Hampton is about to saunter indifferently towards this animal, the man springing up says eagerly with the politeness of his nation, "Quiere fumar, caballero?" proffering a handful of cigarettes. "Con gusto, senor," replies the Texan, accepting the offer with equal politeness. Lighting up, he takes a few careless steps towards the horse, then turns away, and apparently no more interested in the Mexican, goes to chatting with Miss Godfrey, asking her how she has passed the night in the Goliad house. "Rather peculiarly," rejoins the young lady. "I had a visit from the dancing girl, who came over and sang to me and told me of her curious history and unhappy life." At this Hampton looks astonished, then slightly concerned, and asks rather sharply, "What did you tell her?" "Oh, the details of our trip. How in the goodness of your heart you had offered, notwithstanding the urgency of your ride to San Antonio, to take me through the dangers of the prairie to my father's ranch." Then Estrella's face grows radiant. She asks eagerly, "Don't you think my father may be now at his hacienda, when he found I would not join him there?" Her eyes have tender tears in them. She murmurs, "Oh, if I could see him at once upon arrival!" To this the Texan answers nothing, but hurries their embarkation on the ferry boat, which has by this time reached their side of the river. Under his directions, the crossing is rapidly achieved, Hampton urging the ferrymen to their work by what would seem to Miss Godfrey an almost too liberal reward, did it not speed her towards her father's arms. During their water excursion, a shadow seems to cross once or twice Hampton's well-controlled features. He appears to be in deep thought. The moment they have landed on the north bank of the Nueces, he takes Love with him out of earshot of the young women and says, "Did you see that Mexican on the other side of the river?" "Of course, Cap. Took a pretty good look at him, too." "Did you notice anything peculiar about him?" "Nothing particular. Regulation greasy. Regulation dirty, regulation soft voice, regulation snake. Yes, but his horse had a brand on it only used south of the Rio Grande, replies Hampton. In fact, about the brand, that would be on one of Canale's or Carabijol's horses. Carabijol himself was in Corpus Christi only a day or two ago. His band can't be any farther away than it'll keep him safe from Taylor's outposts, probably about west of here. Then we better travel quick, mutters Harry. Now we've got women with us. Perfectly right. Hampton steps to Miss Godfrey, and looking out over the prairie, which now towards the west and north is only bounded by the horizon, though dotted with its clumps of timber, he says, we're about 100 miles from your father's rancho, on a course a little west of north. I've marked it on this pocket compass. Keep that with you, in case by any accident you are separated from me or lost on the prairie. Follow the direction marked on this compass, and don't turn away from it. Remember that. Your life may depend upon it. Then he calls, Harry, have you given to Zelma that pocket compass marked as I told you, and the proper directions? Yes, Cap, I told her that as we came along. How does she ride? Quite well for a, Love was going to say yaller girl, but the beauty of the octoroon makes him say for a woman. Well, her horse is all right. I had the Negro boy last night accustom it to skirts. Now follow along. And the captain rides quickly by Miss Godfrey's side out upon the prairie, heading slightly to the west of north. I want to get inland, he says, so that when we strike the next stream, we'll be high enough up it to find a ford. I don't want to make you swim it on horseback. So the mustangs lope over the prairie, which begins to seem boundless to Miss Godfrey, as the Bay of Corpus Christi has entirely passed from her sight. And now on all sides, lying before her, is a sea of green, dotted here and there with moats or islands of trees of various kinds, pecans, plums, live oaks, and sycamores, just springing into their full foliage. The morning mist spreading over it makes the scene weirdly fantastic, as they pass great clumps of live oak, covered with the long bearded moss peculiar to the southern states. In the mist of the morning, these masses of timber assume fantastic shapes and curious tints, sometimes looking like medieval castles, at others gleaming palaces of silver, then glowing red and gold beneath the southern sun that is rising over them and dispelling the fog. Soon the whole park-like landscape under its beams becomes warm and bright and radiantly soft. Suddenly, Estrella utters an exclamation of delight. The sea of green is changing into an endless sea of flowers, yellow, violet, red, and blue. Myriads of lovely prairie roses, asters, dahlias, and tuberoses give out their perfumes to her open nostrils and their variegated colors to her admiring eyes. Boundless the flowery ocean spreads before her, broken here and there by the green islands of trees, from which issue the songs of myriads of birds, orioles and cardinals and chaparral cocks, giving out their morning welcome to the sun. It is a bright March morning on the Texas prairies. The green tree moats are made beautiful by clinging grapevines everywhere. Some of them are thickets of fruit trees, plums and wild peaches covered with colored blossoms that foretell a harvest of luscious fruit. There is no sweeter morsel to the human tongue than the wild southwestern plum. Enchanted by the sight, the girl goes to prattling merrily as she rides beside the rather stern-faced Texan Ranger, whose eyes, the sharp ones of the scout, seem to be restlessly inspecting and investigating every feature of the changing landscape. I had quite a curious episode in the Goliad house last night, Captain Hampton, she says. What was it? Asked the ranger eagerly. Oh, him Jones's cat, she laughs. The canvas ceiling over my head had holes in it. It was wonderfully weird to see the pussy's paws come through these holes when she would lose her footing as she made an all-night hunt for the rats and mice that scrambled about over my head. I would have been frightened if I hadn't become a frontier girl. Poor Zelma was terrified at the creature. Then Miss Godfrey whispers, From what Mr. Jones said to me, and from the direction you gave my maid yesterday, you must have known of her foolish escapade with Mr. Yazoo Sam. Please don't mention it to my father if you meet him. Hampton glances back at the octoroon, whose handsome, though delicately voluptuous figure is well displayed by the buckskin tunic, and some stories that he has heard of Jim Godfrey coming into his mind. He says pointedly, Most certainly. Thank you, Captain Hampton, returns Estrella, adding earnestly, I don't want you to have a bad opinion of Zelma. She doesn't deserve it. And as they ride along, she tells him of her maid's devotion in following her from New York. As his companion talks, she gives many glimpses of her lovely soul, and the Texan captain grows even more tender to this beautiful creature, who is so dependent upon him for protection. Even as he listens to her, his every sense is on the alert to keep her very safe. But the scene made pleasant by the low songs of hummingbirds and the humming of innumerable bees elates the girl and makes her confident. She says, This is one of the flower prairies of which you told me on the steamboat, isn't it, Captain Hampton? And looking around cries, As if there could be danger here. Just then, there is a little skier a few paces to one side of her. For answer, the ranger silently points towards a cactus bush. She gives a little scream of horror and shudders. Heavens and earth! Isn't that a rattlesnake? Yes. You see, it isn't all quite as secure as it looks. There are other beasts that will do you to death in those canebrakes. He points to his right hand, where a line of timber indicates a watercourse. At night you'll hear the howling of the jaguars in that chaparral. And even now, listen. You notice the rooting and grunting? That comes from the little wild hog, the peccary, as plucky a brute as walks the earth. Kill one, and you've got to slay the whole drove, or they'll tear you in pieces, as sure as they've white tusks. Under the frontiersman's instructions, the girl becomes impressed also with the animal life about her, his quick hand indicating them. She notices the innumerable deer that they disturb grazing, some of their herds numbering hundreds. They have ridden not more than 3 hours when Hampton says, I reckon we'd better stop and give you a rest. Why? I'm not tired, she answers, rather indignantly. I'm accustomed to horseback exercise. Yes, but your maid isn't, he replies. Besides, this is the proper time and place to rest our horses. We won't go on until the extreme heat of the day is past. With this he calls to Love. Harry, best get something nice for the young lady to eat. Sartin sure, replies the ranger, and turns his horse off towards the line of timber that indicates a little watercourse. A few minutes after, by a little rivulet that runs slowly over the level prairie, Hampton stops his cavalcade, and assisting Miss Godfrey and Zelma from their mustangs, he places some blankets in a little secluded nook under a cottonwood and says, Take a siesta while I fix things. Gazing out from her leafy bower, Estrella can see the easy grace with which he hitches the animals by their riatas in such manner that they can get plenty of good grazing, and taking their baggage off the pack mule, makes preparations for a midday camp, kindling in a hollow a fire of dry wood so as to give out as little smoke as possible. Zelma has proffered her assistance, but Hampton says to her considerately, "No, you're too tired, my poor girl. Do what you can for your mistress, and then lie down yourself. I can get a frontier meal a good deal easier than you can." He is busied about these things as Wild Harry comes loping up on his Mustang, carrying in his hand a fine young wild turkey. Across his saddle hangs a two-pronged buck. "Reckon here are some nice things for your white teeth," he chuckles to Miss Godfrey. This gobbler's as tender as chicken, then cries, "Let me do the chores, Cap, while you rummage up some sweet doin's for the Prairie princess." With this, Mr. Love goes to butchering and dressing the game. Half an hour afterwards, Miss Godfrey, aroused from her siesta to be astounded at a backwoods meal. "Didn't know you could get such nice things on the prairie, did you? Try your teeth on this 'ere venison steak." "No, filled up on turkey," remarks Wild Harry during the repast. "Keep a hole in ye for the strawberries." "Strawberries?" "Yes, and honey. Look here." And the frontiersman laughs as Hampton produces from a lot of big leaves into which he has gathered them a pile of freshly plucked, red, juicy prairie strawberries that have ripened under the southern sun. And honey," says the young lady, her pearly teeth crunching some combs full of sweetness. "Why, yes," remarks Wild Harry. "Bless your heart. Didn't you know every 10th tree about here is a bee tree? Didn't you hear hum enough in the air? Why, you'd go through the prairies and starve to death with plenty round ye." During this, Hampton has said little, some problem of travel apparently being in his mind. But Miss Godfrey has several times turned grateful eyes upon the Texan captain, not only for the consideration with which he has anticipated her every want, but for the generous courtesy that Zelma has received at his hands, her maid's comfort being looked after as carefully as if the octoroon were a fine lady. Consideration of Zelma puts an idea into her mistress's vivacious brain. She turns to Wild Harry and asks, a slight hesitancy in her manner and almost a pleading in her voice, "Mr. Love, you know my father very well. Is he a very stern and severe man?" "Why, bless ye, he's as kind a fellow as ever was good to a frontier boy," answers Harry so enthusiastically that Miss Godfrey's face lights up with pleasure. She nods smilingly at Zelma, whose eyes have grown very anxious at her mistress's question, and cries reassuringly, "You see?" As they finish the meal, Hampton suggests, "We'd better cook enough to last us for a day or two. By tonight, we'll be getting in the range of the Comanches coming up from Prairie across the Rio Grande, and it may not be prudent to light a fire. I saw what were smoke signals, I think, to the north of us." "So did I, Cap," returns Wild Harry, "but didn't cackle about it, reckoning they were mirages." "Of course they were very faint, and I may have been mistaken. They must have been nearly 30 miles away," replies Hampton. "But it's best to be safe." His glance has concern in it as he turns to Miss Godfrey and says, "I don't want to alarm you, but you should know what may be before you." As he leads her horse up to her, Estrella holds out her little moccasin to place it in his hand for him to put her in the saddle. But he astonishes her by saying, "It would be more than pleasant to do you the service, Miss Godfrey, but I want you to learn to take care of yourself here." "So you won't assist me into the saddle?" she asks, a slight moue giving piquancy to her face. On the prairie, a woman who can't mount a horse by herself is at times mighty helpless. Just try to get on your mare man fashion, so as to be independent of me. He holds Mulefoot very carefully and instructs her how to put her foot in the stirrup and swing herself into the saddle. After a little, he suggests, "Do it without my holding your mare. Do it all by yourself, as if you were out alone in the wilderness." In a few essays, Miss Godfrey succeeding in this, he says with a slight sigh, "Now you're more backwoods." For this lesson in equestrianism has been a very pleasant one to the writing master. Several times his hand has touched that of his fair pupil. "Yes, I feel as if civilization were 100,000 miles away from me," cries the girl. "Wild turkeys and deer. Some day you must teach me to shoot with a rifle so I can do my own hunting." The "someday" seems very pleasant to Hampton. It suggests that the beautiful creature by his side thinks he will not pass out of her life entirely with this prairie ride. Then the words of Pelham, the dragoon, come back to him and make the future look very blank. He calls shortly, "Love, have you put Zelma into the saddle?" Next suddenly exclaims, "Where's Wild Harry?" "Mr. Love rode back on the trail," answers the octoroon. "And I did not hear his horse's hoofs," mutters the Texan Ranger in a dazed way. "What's come into my ears?" Miss Godfrey, who is already mounted, is blushing slightly. The next moment Hampton is once more alert. If Love rode back on the trail, he's seen something, he says as he hastily swings Zelma into her saddle and goes to packing the mule with a cool but wonderful dexterity. This he has not finished before Love makes his appearance. Riding in from behind a timber moat, he cries, "Cap, there's somebody coming after us along the trail." "Who?" "Can't tell." "How many?" "Only one." "Are you sure there's only one?" "Certain as I'm chawing tobaccy. It's too far off for me to make him out, but I can see him every time he gets out into the air line as he passes the timber." "Very well, we'll wait for him," says Hampton, laying his hand upon Miss Godfrey's bridle, for she has rather timidly and excitedly started to ride off. "Don't you think Harry and I are good for one?" He laughs. "Yes, for 20 of them," she answers confidently. "Just ride back, Harry, a little bit and see who it is, and also that there is no one following him. Be mighty careful of that," directs Hampton, and finishes leisurely the packing of the mule. 5 minutes after, Wild Harry rides in again. He says, "Golly, here's news for ye." "There are more following him?" asks Hampton quickly, and springs into his saddle. "No, but perhaps thar ought to be," chuckles Love. "Sure as snakes ain't gators, it's a woman that's trailing us." "You're crazy." "No, I ain't. I'm only cute. I can see the flopping of her skirts." A minute or two afterwards, Hampton, returning from personal observation, says, "Blazes, you're right." Then mutters in perturbed tones, "It's Carmelita." The dancing girl?" ejaculates Miss Godfrey, a curious look coming over her face. "And jumping Jericho. How she is coming. Can't keep away from ye, Cap, can she?" cries Love jovially. "Didn't I tell ye, Miss Godfrey, he were always ace high with womenkind?" At this Estrella can see the Texan Ranger bite his lip beneath his mustache and give Mr. Love a decidedly unpleasant glance for his panegyric, as he directs sharply, "Take post upon our back trail and see no cursed greasers are sneaking after her. She's hand in glove with half the bandits on the border." As Wild Harry turns his Mustang away, Carmelita dashes past him, bringing with her into this quiet green prairie glade passion undisciplined, unbridled. Mounted upon a Mustang whose sides are throbbing, and whose parched tongue is hanging out between his lips, the perspiration and dust of rapid travel upon her excited and piquant features, she sharply reins up her steed upon his haunches before the Texan, and pants, "Thank God! I've overtaken you." Here Miss Godfrey is almost shocked at the sternness with which Hampton greets the dancing girl. "Well, what are you following us for?" asked the Ranger captain, coldly and shortly. "Oh, Dios mio! You speak in that tone to me when I've ridden risking my life to save yours," wails the girl, still struggling for breath. "Santos, you're cruel." Her dark brown eyes blaze in a kind of agony. "To save my life? What do you mean?" "This," answers Carmelita, a low, despairing misery in her liquid voice, and her speech broken in its English accent by the terrible exertion of her ride, and perchance the excitement that is in her. "This. Last night an espia of Caravaggio, he came to me. He say, 'Catch her, the American heiress. Go over to the Goliad house and see who rides with her on the Prairie tomorrow, and if she is easy prey.' Then I go over, I ask, I inquire." "And you have told?" "God forgive you!" screams Estrella. "No. I go back. I say it is no good. The Yankee donna has 2 companies of dragoons to ride with her to San Antonio, Taylor's boys that you fear. To myself I say, Hampton goes with her. Now I have saved him. There will be no pursuit. But this morning I find the espia, he is so cunning. He has discovered that only 2 men go with the Americana. He doesn't know what 2 men, or perhaps he be frightened. But the man from the ferry that he keep there to find out, come riding back and tell him only 2 caballeros ride with the American girl." "The damned cigarette smoker," mutters Love, who is not out of earshot. "Wah! When I draw bead on him, he'll watch the ferry over the Jordan, he will." "Then when the spy here," breaks out Carmelita, "he ride to the west. You know what that means. Caravaggio is there, or Canales with their cruel ranchero lancers." "How many?" asked Hampton. "Oh, 100 perhaps more. Too many for 2 men, no matter how brave. So as soon as the spy is out of sight, I ride to save you. To tell you, that's all. And you've treated me cruelly. Now I go back." "No, you won't go back," commands Hampton. "Not over that prairie alone, unattended. Believe me, I thank you." "Bah! Thank her!" cries Carmelita, waving her hand savagely at Miss Godfrey, who is gazing with distressed eyes upon the scene. Then she continues desperately, "It is but a 3 hours' ride. I must get back and be dancing my bolero in the Bella Union. Should the espia guess that I have warned you, it would be my death. Not only his machete, but the knife of every bandit in northern Mexico would be sharpened from my heart." "Yes, I think you're about right," remarks Hampton, after a moment's consideration. "If you're sure you can return." "I must. I dare not stay. Even you, my brave Texan captain, couldn't protect me from Canales and Caravaggio, because you couldn't be everywhere. I must go. Adios. Next time a woman risks her life for you, don't look at her coldly and say, 'Why do you follow me?' Even if my coming make the girl whom you cannot look in the face jealous of me, this northern lily I had meant to betray. But when it gave my handsome Texan Ranger to death, then caramba, I had a conscience." For one moment she makes a picture of passion, tremendous, despairing, helpless. but very lovely in the gaudy trappings of the Mexican horsewoman, as she sits like a portion of her steed, her eyes glowing yet sorrowful as they rest on Hampton, and sighs, Dios de mio alma, corrido, corrido mio. The next she cries savagely, Vamos! Claps her spurs into her horse, and dashes back along the trail towards the south. End of Chapter 9. Recording by John Brandon. Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 3, Chapter 10, The Smugglers' Trail. Having placed a burning brand between these two, Carmelita has flown away, leaving behind her the silence of the wilderness. Her sad, despairing voice has even awed Mr. Love. The only noise that strikes Miss Godfrey's ears is the cawing of a crow that seems enraged at human presence. As for the young lady's eyes, they are turned towards the ground. Confusion and modesty almost make her sway in the saddle. Fortunately now, hurried action compels Hampton to ignore all else but his young charge's safety. Life and death have precedence of even passion. For a moment, the Texan gazes shamefacedly after Carmelita and mutters to Harry, Yes, it's best. The greasers must not guess she has brought word to us. No danger will come to her. Canale's rancheros, riding up from the southwest, cannot possibly intercept her. They'll not reach our trail for 20 miles ahead of where we are. He thinks for a moment, then cries, Love, shin up one of those oak trees and see if you can still make out the Indian smoke signals to the north. Harry, throwing himself off his horse, goes up a live oak as quickly as a squirrel, and a minute after reports, Yes, I can see 'em, though of course they're awful faint. And a moment after calls, They are smoke signals, sure as bacon is fat. Coming down the tree, he holds a hurried consultation a little apart with the captain. At Hampton's words, Miss Godfrey can hear Love chuckle. Wah, won't it be slick? Sicken a panther on a grizzly. Quick, Harry, says the captain. Ride over to the west and see if you can find the trail of the Indians. If they're coming up from the Rio Grande, you should cross their track about 6 miles from here at the lowest ford on the Nueces. Find out their numbers and all about them. Meet me on the old tobacco smuggler's trail. As the ranger takes his pace rapidly towards the west, Hampton, now leading the pack mule, rides along, followed by Miss Godfrey and her maid. The gait of their horses is sufficiently easy to permit Estrella some conversation with him. Though she cannot force her eyes to meet the Texan captain's, she falters. You're riding towards the Indians? You dread the Mexican lancers more than you do them? Well, it's about a toss-up, remarked Sharp. Though the Comanches will trail us with more certainty than the Mexicans. Then why go towards them? Keep between them. Run away from both. Oh, I want Canale's band to follow us. What? Miss Godfrey, I propose to make Indian neutralize greaser. In a few hours you'll see Mr. Love and me do it. Now don't let the matter worry you. Only be sure that no harm will ever come to you until Sharp Hampton goes under. The ranger's face has a curious set expression on it, but trying to turn her mind from the dangers of her situation, he gets to chatting to Estrella about the country through which they're passing, telling her of the old tobacco smuggler's trail he proposes to take, how it was made before the days of Texan independence by wild contrabandists coming from Matagorda down through Goliad, of bloody memory to the Mexican towns on the Rio Grande, tobacco bearing a very high import duty from the Mexican government. To her he relates some curious anecdotes of how the smugglers used to hire the alcaldes of the pueblos to let them sell their contraband cigars, that sometimes after the trade had been finished, the alcalde, overcome by fear or conscience, denounced them to officers in command of the Mexican troops, who took away all the contrabandists' gains. In that case, the smugglers generally knifed the alcalde. He laughs. Now the trail is only used by cowboys. In fact, Taylor's army has been supported for the most of the last 5 months by Mexican beef, a thing that doesn't make the greasers feel very pleasantly towards us. As they lope along, he goes to pointing out honey trees to his exquisite companion, telling her how the bee hunters discovered them by catching a few of the insects and watching their flights, which are always in straight lines, that where 2 lines of flight intersect, there must be the bee tree. That's the way Harry found that honeycomb, I reckon, that you enjoyed at lunch, he continues. And look here, if you're lost, there's no danger of your starving in this part of the world. 2 months from now, there'll be lots of the finest plums and peaches. At present, here are all the strawberries you want. Only look out for a sunny mound and put aside the long grass, and you'll get enough to support you for a day or 2. Then he gets to telling the young lady anecdotes of frontier life, describing to her the celebrated old Aunt Beck, who used to keep a tavern on the smugglers' trail up towards Refugio, where the fight was made in the mission church by the Texan boys, the little brothers, the men call them, that some of these lads, hardly strong enough to carry a rifle, held the mission yard against the assaults of Mexican regulars under Urea, until compelled to draw off by Ward's orders. They had to leave 3 of the children who were wounded, and then the greasers entered the churchyard and cut the little fellows' throats. By this time, the young lady has grown so interested in and so impressed by his conversation that she has forgotten Carmelita's insinuation, and her eyes again meet the Texans, though once or twice they droop under his earnest gaze. In fact, the very incidents of travel compel intimacy with her cavalier. Twice he stops and gets water for his charge, likewise taking the same good care of Zelma. Once noting the china doll delicacy of the attendant, he asks very seriously if she can support the ride. Yes, anything, to save me from the Indians, shudders the octoroon, but unaccustomed to the saddle, Zelma has grown very weary. As for Miss Godfrey, the horseback exercise she has almost daily taken in New York now does her very good service, and she rides on quite buoyantly and easily, though there is an eager anxiety in her as she notes the Texan's eyes every moment searching the horizon. On 1 or 2 occasions he halts the young women and walks slightly in advance to some ridge in the prairie, where he can take observation, where he keeps their horses in the low swales, protected from view as much as possible by the moats of timber, though the mustang's hoofs in the soft soil make deep imprints. "Can the lancers not follow our track very easily?" whispers Estrella nervously to him as they ride. "Yes, I want them to." "Oh, goodness!" She can't repress a slight shudder of her graceful shoulders. "Canales coming after us will strike our trail about here, I think, 2 hours from now," Hampton observes, but most of the time his gaze is directed ahead of them. Once assisting Miss Godfrey from the saddle, he leads her on foot into a copse of plum trees rather higher than the rest. "Here," her mentor pointing cautiously to the north, She can just descry two faint columns of vapor a few miles apart from each other that are at times curiously intermittent. The signals of the Comanches, he says. Remember that whenever you see smoke coming up irregularly, as if at times it were restrained, it probably means Indian signals. The accursed savages craftily hold their blankets over the fire and let the smoke out in puffs of varying sizes, telegraphing their movements to each other. All the time their speed is kept at about a certain rate, as if the ranger meant to make a certain point at an exact time. About half an hour after this he turns his horse sharply to the north and says to Miss Godfrey, "The Smugglers' Trail." "The Smugglers' Trail? I don't see anything of it." "No, but it's easy enough to a frontiersman's eyes. Look, the old hoof marks off there in the dry adobe. Notice how the ground is worn down a little lower than the rest of the prairie, though the grass is growing on it. But see, here comes Love." Hampton points 2 miles off towards the southwest. "My, how he's riding!" cries the neophyte in woodcraft. "Carefully, too. He's turned off out of his course, because it would lead him into the open prairie, and is coming round that island of pecans. Still, how did you first get your eye on him at so great a distance?" "Why, didn't you see that herd of deer run out of that copse ahead of Harry?" remarks the Texan. Wild animals, by their movements, often tell you what's going on. In this well-stocked country, always distrust a trail upon which you see no game. It's almost a sure sign Indians are near it. 10 minutes after Love overtakes them. "I found the Comanche trail going to the north," he says, tersely. "They spread at the crossing of the Nueces into 2 bands, one about 40, t'other nigh unto 30 warriors. That's our smoke signals up north." "What time did they pass the river?" "Just after sunup. The dew was on the grass when their ponies went over it, and no dew has fallen on it since. They've been down on the Rio Grande. Got some captives with them and plunder. Led horses were plentiful." "Driving any cattle?" asked Hampton sharply. "Nary a hoof." "Thank God," answers the Texan. "Then they won't hesitate to come on the back trail. Did you see any greaser sign?" "Wal, I kind of think I did, Cap. Just after I left the Nueces, I got a good view of open prairie to the south. On its horizon, I caught the flicker of a lance head, or some bright arms, but an awful long way off." "Then we're about midway between the Greasers and the Comanches," replies Hampton. "We'll travel on kinder slow." He looks up to the sun. "About 3 hours more of it. We'll give the Greasers just 25 miles to follow us. That'll make it about a little after dark when they overtake us, and then—" "Wah!" guffaws Harry. "If we can do it." "We've got to do it," mutters Hampton, looking at his delicate charge. "She could never stand a ride of perhaps 100 miles to distance the Comanches. Those greaser lancers are a God's gift to us." Soon Miss Godfrey, watching their movements, sees that time enters into all the calculations of these men. Several times, as they journey on, Hampton glances at the sun. About an hour before sunset, he says, "Harry, now's our time. Miss Godfrey, you've got to travel fast. Go loping through the soft places. Make a good broad trail." Urged by him, the party proceed quite speedily for 5 miles. All the time, the Indian smokes are growing nearer. Getting beside Hampton, Estrella whispers with pallid lips, "We are riding right into the Comanches. Don't you see their smoke only 5 miles away?" Yes, they have been hunting or camped, taking a rest from their long foray. Their ponies will be quite fresh this evening. So much the worse for our greaser friends, says Sharp dryly. So much the worse for us. You're not going nearer them, pleads the girl in frightened tone. Well, just a little, but soon the ranger doesn't seem to care to take any greater chances. There may be some outlying braves hunting deer, he mutters. Best no farther, Harry. Now turn around and race to that big live oak about 3 miles back. The one I pointed out to you about 30 yards from the canebrake chaparral, he whispers to Miss Godfrey. But the Indians, they will discover our trail. They will follow us. I want them to follow us. What? Don't get excited. Watch. For the first time this grim day, the captain chuckles slightly. They have raced back to the live oak tree. Now, Harry, hide our tracks, he commands. With this, the rangers spring off their horses and throw all their blankets and horse clothes on the ground, not even exempting Miss Godfrey's. With these, they carpet the 75 feet of ground from the trail to the canebrake. They have selected the spot very carefully. It is one where there is but little or no grass to be pressed down. Over these blankets, each horse is carefully led and secreted in the rank canebrake of prickly pears, cacti, and mesquite bushes that borders a swamp through which runs a little stream, probably a tributary to the Aransas. Now, Harry, the fire, before it's too dark for both Indians and greasers to see the smoke. Put plenty of wet wood on. Mr. Love, gliding out over the blankets carefully, takes off his moccasins and travels quickly to a place just off the smugglers' trail that might be selected by a careless camping party. From there, in a minute or two, rises a high column of dense smoke, easily discernible in the red rays of the setting sun. Mercy! It will bring lancers and Indians upon us, whispers Miss Godfrey. Yes, says Hampton, with a grim smile. Both will come racing to it. And then, wah! Chuckles Wild Harry, who has returned to them, obliterating with great circumspection every indication of their movements, even blowing up with the breath of his lips the blades of grass as each blanket is removed and concealed in the canebrake. Now, quick, take me away from here, begs Estrella, and run into that party of Indians coming from across the prairie? Hampton points to the further smoke signal. No, we must stay here till Comanche and Greaser get to work on each other. Then light out. You think they will do it? Just as sure as the Mexicans are looking for your purty face and the Comanches are hunting for scalps, grins Wild Harry. So in the seclusion of the canebrake comes to Miss Godfrey the agony of suspense, shuddering at each noise of the wildwood. This delicate girl, who but a month before had been the belle of Washington Square and University Place dances in faraway New York, cowers in the tangled chaparral, awaiting the coming of barbarous enemies on one side and bloodthirsty savages on the other. As she crouches there, the shadows of the very last sunray falling through the matted leaves and briars of the jungle, the thing would seem a horrible fantasy to her, did she not hear the sharp clicks of gun locks as the men who guard her prepare their weapons for immediate use. Suddenly, Hampton whispers, "Hoofs at a distance muffle our horses. A single neigh will betray us." So the two men blanket the heads of the animals, who have grown strangely restive, holding the horses' nostrils tightly while they do it. She listens again, and Wild Harry mutters below his breath, Hoofs t'other way. Hear 'em comin'? Yes, from the north, unshod, whispers Hampton. Then he half laughs. Both gangs of devils racing for a fire whose smoke shows it has been made by people innocent of the backwoods, an easy prey. By this time the gloom is such Estrella cannot distinguish details at a distance, but the frontier senses of the men beside her do. "By Goliad, the Injuns'll be here fust," mutters Wild Harry. "Yes, but with Comanche caution they've halted," replies the captain. "Ah, they've sent a scout ahead." And Estrella sees in the sunset glow the gleaming figure of a naked savage in full war paint, with lance at a carry and short bow ready for use, as he lopes down the trail, looking cautiously to right and left of him. Even in the half-light, something just at the point they have left the trail seems unnatural to the observing eye of the savage. He checks his horse suddenly, and he and his steed become a statue in the red afterglow of the prairie sunset. "Shall I take him?" whispers Wild Harry, his long Kentucky rifle sighted for the Indian's heart. For answer, Hampton puts restraining hand upon him, then mutters, "Thank God," for the clanking of metal horse trappings, the rattle of Mexican cavalry accoutrements, and the quick hoof sounds of the ranchero squadron now catch the Indian's attention. Not over a second he listens. Then they can see him glide silently back, like a spectre horseman in the gloaming. "By gum, the greasers come just in time to save our bacon," chuckles Love. Straining her ears, Estrella catches Spanish voices in excitable execration, as the rancheros, arriving at the campfire, discover that their prey has fled from them. Though it is dark now, the trail is an easy one, and they come dashing on, chattering recklessly in their Latin way. Yet some muttered carambas indicate their cruel intent. "By the eternal," says Hampton, "the Comanches have ambushed them. They'll get it good." Now the girl shudders and half screams as she sees through the gloom of the evening the shining forms of the savages on horseback, closing in like spectres round the rancheros. Then she claps her hands to her ears, for greeting them is that horrid yell which has proclaimed death, outrage, and torture to many a Texas maid in her log cabin home. The wild Comanche war cry. She sees the braves in their war paint driving their bloody spears into the Mexicans, whom they despise yet slaughter. Over this ring out the loud reports of escopetas and pistols, the clash of steel on lance, mingled with Spanish carajos, the twang of Indian bows, the hissing of Indian arrows, and the dull thud of horses' hoofs as they charge upon the prairie. Then all dies away in a horrid jumble, going rapidly towards the south, leaving behind only the moans of the dying and the shrieks of scalped and mangled wretches. "Blowed if the yaller bellies ain't flying from the red bellies. Hope they've scalped Caraba Joel," guffaws Harry. "Quick, let us go," commands Hampton. At his words, Miss Godfrey finds herself lifted into her saddle, and her horse rushed through the canebrake into the creek, Harry following after, doing the same with Zelma. To her escort, Estrella shudders. "You're going south? You're following the Indians?" "Yes." The Comanches may come back. The Comanches will come back. Trust the Indians, when they get through slaughtering Carabajol's men, to return to find out who lighted that prairie fire. They're sure to discover our trail, so I don't want them to know which way we have traveled. If they guess we are going north, those crafty demons will intercept us at the fords of Blanco Creek. So they dash into the brook, heading to the south, and travel down it for some 100 yards. Then their horses are turned in midstream and hurried back, keeping well in the current. They have passed the place they entered the stream. Now they dash through the waters of the swampy creek for 2 miles, Miss Godfrey shuddering as alligators flop off their logs and moccasin snakes hiss from the cypress trees, until Hampton, finding a proper place, takes them carefully out through the canebrake into the open prairie. "Now, ride fast," commands the ranger captain. "Those red devils are sure to find our trail before morning. Ride! We must reach the crossing of Blanco Creek before those painted centaurs get there." And they do ride. Miss Godfrey, almost reeling in her saddle from fatigue, finds that the horseback exercise she had taken each day in New York helps her. But soon a faint cry from behind indicates her maid can ride no more. "Reckon we gotta tie the wench to her mustang," remarks Love, looking at the almost fainting octoroon. "She's gone too far for that. It'll kill her," dissents Sharp. Then he springs into his saddle with Zelma in his clutch, who is so worn out she cannot speak, and so, carrying one of the despised race right tenderly in his strong arms, he rides into her mistress's heart. Though Estrella is nigh fainting herself, she gives her cavalier a look that, could he see it in the gloom, would make him think that midnight trail through swamps, over prairies, amid thorny chaparral, was one of the Isles of Paradise. But not guessing this, and anxious for her safety, he whispers to his charge, "You can keep up. You must keep up. We've got to ford the Blanco before I give you rest, brave girl." "Don't fear, I'll keep up." Who could flinch with you to aid her? She half moans under the unceasing travail of her galloping steed. But despite her words, this beautiful and delicate neophyte of the border is so exhausted she scarce has her senses as the hooves of their horses splash through a running stream, and Mr. Love says, "Wah! Beat the Injuns this time, the crossing of the Blanco." What precautions her escorts take at the ford to hide their trail, Miss Godfrey is too exhausted to discover. She only knows that some half-hour afterwards she sees, as in a dream, their mustangs drawn up in some leafy covert, and Hampton passing Zelma from his saddle to Mr. Love, who carries the fainting girl away. Then the frontiersman springs off his horse and takes her in his arms as tenderly as he would a wood nymph, and bears her as if she were a precious thing to a couch of boughs and leaves, upon which he has thrown her blankets. Here, sinking down, she gives a sigh of exhaustion, yet content as she watches this man of iron, with pistols prepared and eyes alert, guarding her slumbers to make them safe from man and beast, amid the dangers of the prairies. As she goes to sleep, she whispers to herself that sweet Spanish word she heard Carmelita use, querido. End of chapter 10. Recording by John Brandon.